As the twilight sky sets in Bavaria, we are just about set to go for game number 2 of the 2022 World Baseball Classic Qualifier from Regensburg. We had a thriller in game 1 today as South Africa took down Spain, a 5-4 final. And tonight, two very old baseball rivals will square off for the first time here in World Baseball Classic play in 2022 as Great Britain battles France. Two teams that, as of this evening, are looking to move on to the winner's bracket. We've already seen one team do so with Spain knocking off South Africa today in that 5-4 victory. So important to get off the hot starts. That is something that we have covered ad nauseum over the first game of this tournament so far. Tyler Mon alongside Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, if you were to guess the first ever Baseball World Cup winner, probably wouldn't know that it was Great Britain if you're the average baseball fan. They were. That was all the way back in the 1950s. Tonight, they got a really talented team that comes out with 10 affiliated players and a group that will go against a French squad managed by a 3-time World Series champion.
I thought you were going to quiz me on my baseball history. I was like, please don't when you're talking about Great Britain and France. But you mentioned it too. Look, we don't usually hear about Great Britain, France, and the word baseball, but you mentioned it too. This is a rivalry, but it's the rosters are built completely different. On the Great Britain side, we have a ton of affiliated players, a lot of professional players, and on the French team, we have 0. So it's going to be interesting. You mentioned Bruce Bochy too. We're going to talk a lot about him and what this means for him representing France.
The manager of this France national team, a guy who was born in France. You may not know that about Bruce Bochy, but now managing a squad here in the World Baseball Classic. And on the other side, yeah, like you said, 10 affiliated players for Great Britain, led by the top prospect in the Seattle Mariners organization, Harry Ford, the catcher, who will lead off tonight. And we're getting set for our opening ceremony here in Regensburg. We were anticipating at some point we would get to this start here as we take a look at the tournament format. 6 teams in each of these 2 pools here in Regensburg and in Panama City. That one will be coming up here in about 10 days or so. And a terrific opening ceremony that we've got planned for this evening with the flags of the 6 nations entering the stadium right now. We'll turn it over to the public address announcer here at Armin Wolf Arena and get you all set for baseball on a beautiful Friday evening in Bavaria.
Liebe Zuschauer, liebe Sportfreunde und Freundinnen, herzlich willkommen in Regensburg, herzlich willkommen in der Armin Wolf Baseball Arena, herzlich willkommen zu World Baseball Classic Qualifiers! Diesen Mittwoch kämpfen 6 Teams um den Platz bei der Weltmeisterschaft der World Baseball Classic 2023. 6 teams from all over the world fight for their spots at the World Baseball Classic. Let's get to know them.
In Deutschland spielen mehr als 20.000 Menschen Baseball. In den letzten Jahren haben 14 deutsche Spieler Profiverträge von Clubs der MLB bekommen. Germany has more than 20,000 active baseball players and 40 numerous signed over the last years. For example, Max Kepler, who plays for the Minnesota Twins.
Aber wenn die Regensburg in Tschechien gab bei den ersten Baseballspielen kein Home Run Rule. Es wurde also so lange gelaufen, bis der Ball gefunden wurde. Sieht mittlerweile natürlich ganz anders und professioneller aus. Tschechien hat eines der besten Baseballprogramme. Before baseball became professional in the Czech Republic, the first games had no home run rule. So they actually ran as long as they had to in order to try and bring back the ball. That's what I call endurance. These days, they have one of the top baseball programs in Europe, and with the player behind the ball, Europe's #1 ranked prospects.
Spanien. Hola, buenas noches y bienvenidos a Ratisbona. 1955 war die zweite Europameisterschaft bei Gastgeber Spanien und die haben sie dann auch direkt gewonnen. Bueno. Aktuell sind sie mit 18 Medaillen europaweit auf Platz 3 im Medaillenspiel. In 1955, Spain hosted the second European Championship and became champions. That went well. In the European medal ranking, they are number 3 with 18 medals. Läuft. Ja.
Südafrika, herzliche Verwelkoming bei Regensburg. In den letzten 5 Jahren haben es 2 Spieler aus Südafrika in die Major League geschafft. Und beim Africa Continental Cup 2019 hat Südafrika gewonnen, und zwar haushoch mit einem heftigen 27:0.
Ja, kann man mal machen.
Auf jeden Fall. Within the past 5 years, 2 South African athletes reached Major League Baseball, the first 2 ever from the African continent. 3 years ago, they won the Africa Continental Cup with 27-0. Mic drop moment.
Großbritannien, God save the King. Hi and welcome to Regensburg. Großbritannien hat sich bereits 2-mal Silber bei der EM geholt. Vor 3 Jahren gab es dort das allererste MLB-Spiel auf europäischem Boden, dank der MLB London Series. In the European Championships, they made it to the finals twice, which brought them their second silver medal. With the London Series, that was the first MLB game ever played in Europe 3 years ago.
Und Frankreich. Bonjour et bienvenue à Regensburg. Ende der 70er ist Baseball in Frankreich richtig aufgeblüht und die Zahl der Vereine ist von 21 auf 170 gestiegen. Mit Coach Bruce Bochy haben wir eine echte Baseball-Legende. Er ist mit 3 World Series-Siegen der erfolgreichste MLB-Coach der letzten 15 Jahre. Baseball in France had their heydays in the late 70s when the amount of baseball clubs in France jumped from 21 all the way up to 170. With Bruce Bochy, they have the legendary 3-time World Series winning manager by their sides. Klingt gut, oder? Und vielversprechend.
Absolut.
Und jetzt haben wir für euch noch ein paar Videogrüße vorbereitet.
Wir wünschen dem deutschen Team alles Gute, viel Glück, wir sind auch dabei.
Čau borci, Petr Čech. Chtěl bych vás přivítat v Regensburgu, nejkrásnějším městě v Německu. Zahrajete se na řeči, kde jsem zvládnutí výborné sezóny a kluci chtěli bych vám popsat dokonalé hodně štěstíčka, hodně zámováků, přesně tak. A nebudu na pandii, všichni na pandii, takže kluci, zprostředně, že jste tady dali a bude to doma. Mějte se vítat.
You guys are the best in World Baseball Classic Qualifiers here in Regensburg, Germany. Let's go, BB.
I'm in your way, let me know.
Liebe Fahnenträger, vielen lieben Dank fürs Präsentieren. Ihr seid damit erstmal fertig. Das ist ein Applaus für euch.
Ja,
Weißt du eigentlich, wie viele Menschen weltweit so Baseball spielen?
wenn ich mal kurz überlege, 3.
Guter Antwort, aber es ist natürlich mittlerweile unfassbar viel mehr. Über 200 Millionen Menschen spielen weltweit Baseball. More than 200 million people worldwide play baseball.
Da habe ich auch noch einen Fun-Fact. Die teuerste Sammelkarte der Welt ist natürlich eine Baseballkarte.
Was sonst?
Von Mickey Mantle aus dem Jahr 52 und wurde vor knapp 3 Wochen für 12,6 Millionen $ ersteigert. The most valuable sports card in history is the baseball card from Mickey Mantle from the early 50s and was sold for $12.6 million. Just a few weeks ago, hängt jetzt zu Hause bei mir im Schrank.
Und auch was für unsere Faktenfreunde, das längste professionelle Baseballspiel aller Zeiten hat bei 33 Innings 8 Stunden und 25 Minuten gedauert. The longest game in professional baseball history lasted 33 innings with 8 hours and 25 minutes of playing time.
Schön lang.
Auf jeden Fall, da braucht man auf jeden Fall genug Snacks für. Neben Sport gibt es noch etwas, was natürlich mehr als verbindet.
Das, was auch uns beide verbindet, Essen.
Auch, genau, und davon gibt es hier genug, gönnt euch auf jeden Fall. Aber auch Musik. Deswegen, let's make some music.
Und nachdem wir in Bayern sind, gibt es für euch Bavarian Vibes. Wir grüßen mit uns die Marching-Band aus Hohenfels, Obertraumburg und die Tänzerinnen vom Dance Club Regensburg. It's good, it's good.
wunderschönen Stadion sind, kurz bevor das Spiel losgeht, wollen wir auch bei diesem wunderschönen Publikum auch noch ein bisschen Stadionatmosphäre reinbringen. Und was ist dazu besser geeignet als eine Laola? Wir starten da drüben, von hier aus gesehen rechts und dann hier rüber. Lasst es uns probieren. Also seid ihr da drüben bereit? Okay, ja, richtig gut drauf. Lasst uns das einmal probieren. Jungs, Stella, FJ, hier war wieder mal Spitzenklasse, natürlich auch unsere Blaskapelle. Was für ein Soundtrack hier in unserer Stadion gebracht. Unsere Pilger, nach 30 Runden stellen wir hier unten Pilger um, dann den großen offiziellen Teil, dann machen wir hier die Teamvollstände, dann holen wir sie raus. Also, bis gleich.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, you're okay. You're okay.
For the second game tonight, and you start with the best team from Great Britain. And you start with the Brokers, number 20, Greg Martino, number 19, Albert Conrad, number 20, Pierre Green, Sergey Gold, and number 26, Scott Decker. And here are the result players. Number 1, Anthony Seymour. Number 4, Roy Son. Number 5, Kevin Dawson. Number 7, Eric Singh. Number 15, Samuel Christopher. Number 16, Miles Thomas. Number 18, Dominic Abenwa. Number 23, Tommy Moss. Number 24, Akira Morris. Number 25, Michael Peterson. Number 27, Mateo Silvino. Number 29, Michael Ross. Number 30, number 32, Alex Johnson. Number 33, number 34, Paris Fernanda. Number 35, Kumar Gold. Number 36, Bruno Frost. Number 45, Lucy. Number 49, Ben Roy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is the team manager, number 13, Bruce Spencer, and here are the starting line with Great Britain. Harry Spencer, second, number 14, Steve Matthew Conrad, that is third, number 11, Donald Wayne Ward. And in the middle, second, number 2, third baseman, Justin Wiley. That is 6, number 12, first baseman, Alex Crosby. That is 6, number 9, left fielder, John Lewis. 7, number 3, right fielder, Jamie Ross. That is 8, number 6, second baseman, Ken Glasgow. And number 9, number 1, second fielder, Anthony Kulo. And now, the starting pitcher for Team Great Britain, number 50, Mackenzie Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Great Britain. And now we start with the Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you very much. And now, the national anthem.
Back upstairs in Regensburg at Armin Wolf Arena, if you're watching the opening ceremony here in Regensburg, you'll be delighted to know Ryan Rowland-Smith is going to perform that entire dance from the music number prior to first pitch of Game 3 tomorrow, so get ready for that.
Well, look, everyone knows you're joking, Tyler, but let's be honest, I'd love the opportunity. As long as you're right by me, right by my side, we're good. We're good.
Great Britain and France getting ready to go. Great Britain, the visitors tonight. France, the home team. We got a matchup of a couple of former affiliated guys. Mackenzie Mills on the Great Britain side. Kevin Canelon will go for France tonight. It's an interesting pitching matchup.
Yeah, it really is. Two guys you mentioned with professional experience, a lot of time in affiliated baseball, then throughout independent baseball, but two lefties. It's going to be interesting. We don't know a whole lot about these teams. These teams don't know a whole lot about each other. We're going to learn a lot in the next couple innings for sure.
We didn't see either side bring out a left-hander in Game 1 today as Spain knocked off South Africa 5-4. And it's funny, Bruce Bochy, the manager of this France team, told us yesterday, he said he feels like it's kind of like American Legion ball. You don't know a lot about teams going in. You're trying to get as much information from your advanced scouts or what can exist as advanced scouts for an event like this. So there will be a lot of unknowns, and it's kind of that feeling out process for the first few innings.
It really is, and we saw that a huge impact in the first game because you're trying to get a feel for what you're facing from a pitching standpoint, second, third time through the lineup, how you handle some of the pitching regulations you have, the limits. We're going to talk more about that as the game goes on, but you're really trying to feel out the other team as best you can and try and capitalize on those big moments.
And if you are a prospect fan and especially a Seattle Mariners fan, you're going to be excited because the very first batter that we will see step into the box tonight is Harry Ford, the top prospect in the Mariners organization, a first-round pick, the catcher.
Yeah, we have heard nothing but good things. We spoke to some of the Mariners front office people. They absolutely love this kid on and off the field. But we'll leave it for the game to get stuck into Harry Ford. But we're excited to watch him and a lot of other big prospects throughout this Great Britain lineup.
It's obviously very important to get off to a hot start. We talked about that in Game 1 between Spain and South Africa. Spain now moves into the winner's bracket. They will play tomorrow night. So the winner of this game, who will also play tomorrow night, it's just a massive step forward for your WBC bid for March of 2023, because if you head into that loser's bracket after day 1, that's a steep hill to climb.
It really is, and it's all about getting that first game under your belt. Not only to get your feet wet, the game speeds up. These teams haven't had a whole lot of time facing each other at all. But when you take a look at this full screen, especially World Baseball Classic Qualifiers Pool A, look at the number of current players who are currently in MLB organizations. We're going to see a really good look at the next generation of players from this Great Britain team.
10 affiliated players on this squad. And it's due in large part to the fact that there has been such an explosion of baseball talent from the Bahamas, for example. We were talking about if this Great Britain team makes it on through to the World Baseball Classic coming up in March, Jazz Chisholm could be on this roster. I mean, the amount of guys who are now pushing their way to the big leagues, who have ties to this Great Britain baseball infrastructure is really impressive. And there you see right off the bat, maybe the best guy on this roster, and that is Harry Ford, the member of this Great Britain team, top prospect in the Seattle Mariners organization, the catcher who will lead off, and yes, his full name is Harrison Ford. The designated hitter is in the 2-hole. That's Matthew Koperniak. Then it's Nick Ward, the shortstop. Justin Wiley's at third base. Alex Crosby's at first. Deshaun Knowles, who is a prospect in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, in left field. Jaden Rudd, the right fielder. Kent Blackstone is at second base, and Anthony Seymour will round things out in center field for Great Britain. And on the other side, Kevin Canelon, who will get the nod today. 8 minor league seasons between the New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds organization. Over his time in minor league baseball, he got a chance to play with guys who have reached the big leagues, such as Jeff McNeil and Pete Alonso, who are making big impacts now. And there you see the two managers, the Major League legend, Bruce Bochy, 25 years as a big league skipper at the top of your screen, sporting the hoodie and the hat of his home nation, France. And on the other side, Drew Spencer, who, Ryan, you got to ask him a great question yesterday about what it's going to be like being across from Bruce Bochy, a legend like Bruce Bochy. And he said, well, I'll answer that as long as you promise that you asked him what it was like to be across from a legend like me, which is fantastic. But he said, it's great, and it's great for this event, too.
It really is. To have someone like Bruce Bochy with his kind of experience as a manager, he's obviously stepped down from a Major League manager, 3 World Series rings, to have him here at this event. And even Drew Spencer, to, have a conversation with him, be up against him. It's a story you'll never forget.
Bruce Bochy, we got a chance to talk with him for almost a half hour yesterday in his office about all kinds of different stuff, not just France's baseball program and how it's coming along, but his ties to France, the guys on this roster, a really interesting conversation. And Drew Spencer was our final manager interview of the day yesterday. We sat in that first base dugout, and you could tell just how big the moment felt for him. The fact that we were here, he said they were very proud of the group that they had put together for what would have been the 2020 qualifier in Tucson. And then, of course, that got scrubbed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so to now be here with a group that he is so proud of is pretty exciting. And, you know, like we said for the first game, everybody has so much enthusiasm to be part of this event. That's the thing that has been so contagious.
Yeah, I think too. And it was nice to do the rounds yesterday and, you know, really get a chance to sit down. Like you said, 30 minutes with Bruce Bochy, you know, Drew Spencer, hearing some of the stories. Because on the outside looking in, and when you look at some of these rosters, you look and say, okay, well, how many were born there? How many born there? How many have, you know, passports? What's the affiliation? What's the heritage line here? What is it? And when you hear some of the stories that they told us yesterday, which we'll get into, man, you can't help but get emotional about some of it.
There are some really, really cool ties. As you hear our little play ball ambassador kick us off for night number 1 of this 2022 WBC qualifier. And if you missed the early game today, you missed a really good one. A 5-4 victory for Spain, which had to hold off a furious South Africa rally late in that one. South Africa scoring twice in the 9th to erase 2/3 of their deficit. They had the tying run in scoring position, just couldn't finish off that comeback. And, you know, we talked to Nelson Prada after the game, Spain's manager, and there is never going to be an apology for a win. And he felt like not only that, but kept his pitching intact. He saw the things that he needed to see offensively. He got 2 walks and a steal from Noelvi Marte, his top prospect on that squad. That was a fantastic way to kick off this event.
Yeah, it really was. And look, we've had 5.5 years worth waiting for international baseball to come back. And look, I've had a chance to play in a couple of the World Baseball Classics, and I've been to 3 of them. Now a chance to watch it from a broadcasting standpoint. But I got to say, it doesn't matter if you're in, you know, Team USA, Team France, Team Great Britain. You are so proud of that name across your chest, and you know, to hear some of the storylines coming out of that, even that just that first game, after 5.5 years of waiting to see baseball on this stage.
We are just about set to go as Harry Ford will be the leadoff man from the Seattle Mariners organization, stepping into the batter's box for the first time here in this World Baseball Classic. The number 68 overall prospect in the game of baseball and number 1 in the Mariners system. And I've got a guy with me in the booth who came through that Mariners system, pitched in Seattle, now works in Seattle. For Harry Ford to be here is a big deal. And a guy who's got a couple of British parents, one of whom is still living in London, his father. This is really cool for Harry Ford.
It really is. And, you know, look, it's one thing for the players to obviously have a, you know, whether it be a British passport, parents from there. It's another thing, too, for the organization to understand the value of the opportunity for Harry Ford to come in and play at this kind of level and to also play meaningful baseball. We talk a lot about, you know, the minor leagues. A lot of the games, look, you're developing. It's not that meaningful baseball. It doesn't come down to that 1 out or whatever it may be. So this is great for Harry Ford.
First pitch of this Friday evening ball game is there for a called strike at 7:35 in the evening here in Bavaria, and we are underway. Harry Ford has put together a really impressive season in the Seattle Mariners organization. He got started a little slowly, but he has spent the entire year with Class A Modesto, and being at that single A level, it's really kind of the start of the separating spots in minor league baseball. You move out a complex level ball from rookie ball to full season ball. As he skies this one out toward left center, it'll be playable there for Leo Jimini, and that thing carried a lot. And we saw this yesterday on the backfield. The ball was carrying really well, and it did in game 1 too.
Game 1 was crazy. If you got a chance to watch game 1, we saw some of the routes and, you know, some of the balls. Like you can see, obviously, left fielder right now for France, Ruiz pointing up to the sky. It looks like he lost it. But it's like the ball's jumping off the bat differently. We even spoke to Justin Connell about that too. He said, look, I wasn't used to the ball jumping like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out when some of those balls get hit up into the sky here in the outfield.
So, with 1 gone, brings up Matthew Koperniak, the designated hitter who is in the 2 spot today for Great Britain, currently in the St. Louis Cardinals organization. He was born in London and had a really short time there to start his life as a child. He grounds out here to second base, and earlier this year with AA Springfield and the Cardinals organization, he hit for the cycle, that team's first cycle since 2011. I actually talked to him after that game and noticed he was born in London. I said, has anybody with GB Baseball reached out to you? And he was like, yeah, actually they have. I might be there. It was very cool, and here he is. So now it'll go to the 3 spot, Nick Ward. And for Kevin Cannelone, a good start to this one. 2 quick outs on 5 pitches. We'll talk about the pitch count limits as things go along today. First pitch down and away to Nick Ward out of the 3-hole.
Yeah, it is fascinating how some of these countries find these players, seek them out, find out if they have any kind of lineage, any parents, maybe they're born there. I mean, you know, Drew Spencer didn't give it all away about how they find these guys, but it's not an easy process. It really isn't.
One of the things that I think was most interesting to hear him say, and Steve Janssen, who is the manager of the Germany squad as well, he said, the better we play, the more we hear from players who want to come play for us.
Right.
It's not just guys who are, you know, trying to figure out the next stop in their careers. But when you have success, then players go, hey, I mean, my grandparents were born there. Can I come play for you guys? Ball and 2 strikes on Nick Ward, and the 1-2 high and away.
Yeah, he talked about that. He said, you know, guys will come back with their, you know, Great Britain hoodie or the hat or whatever it may be, and they're like, man, where'd you get that?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I've got a parent who was born in the UK. Well, there you go.
I will say, and I told Drew Spencer this yesterday, it is tough to beat that Great Britain Baseball lion head logo. They unveiled that a couple of years ago, and former GB Baseball assistant and a good buddy of mine who I know you know as well, Cam McHarg. I said to Cam on Instagram, like, man, how do I get that on a hoodie? And he shipped me a hoodie overseas, and now I rock that GB Baseball hoodie every once in a while. That thing is amazing. Got a very good uniform matchup tonight. These red Great Britain tops against the all-white look from France. Big lefty Cannelone kicks. And there's that hesitation. We saw that in game 1. Liner out on a hop too short. Speared there by Alex Perdomo. 3 up, 3 down goes Great Britain here in the first. We will head to the bottom of the first inning. Great Britain gone scoreless, and France coming up. Starting lineup for France's national team as announced by 3-time World Series champion Bruce Bochy, the pilot of this squad. Alexander Perdomo made that last put out in the top half of the first. He'll lead things off. Alfredo Angarita is behind him, the second baseman. Then it's Ariel Soriano at third base, and Ivan Acuna, the catcher. Miles Zahn, who is a really talented right fielder, he is in the 5-hole. Jason Ruiz, the left fielder, batting 6th. Bastien Daigneault is the DH. He will hit in the 7th spot. Daniel Patrice is the first baseman, batting 8th. And Leo Jiminian, the center fielder, will round things out in this France lineup. And there you get a look at Mackenzie Mills, the left-hander who gets the nod today for Great Britain.
6'5", 255 pounds. Big lefty from Georgia. Obviously has that Great Britain lineage to him, but He's had some good numbers in the minor leagues. He's pitched 2014 to 2019. But the one thing, when you look through some of these numbers, when you take a little bit of a deep dive, the command has been an issue for him. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the next couple innings for him.
So Alexander Perdomo set to lead things off. And the first pitch is in from the left-hander Mackenzie Mills for ball 1. This France team, there are a lot more unknowns to the casual baseball fan on this France team than on the other side for Great Britain, as a pop-up first base side will settle into the glove of Alex Crosby over there. 1 up, 1 down. For Great Britain defensively, it's Deshaun Knowles in left, Anthony Seymour in center, and Jaden Rudd in right. Justin Wiley's at third, Nick Ward's at short, Kent Blackstone at second, Crosby over there at first to make that put out, and Harrison Ford, known to Seattle Mariners fans and pretty much everybody else across the baseball world as Harry Ford. Harry's 81-year-old grandmother, as well as his father, they are both going to be in the house here for this WBC-Q. First pitch there for a strike to Angarita.
Already you can see that big fastball from Mackenzie Mills, that good tilt, 6'5", coming at you. Some of these French hitters, you know, how much velocity have they seen too?
Ground ball left side. Nick Ward is there and got a good hop. 2 gone. And that'll send it to Ariel Soriano with the bases empty. In our early game today, that game was scoreless into the bottom of the 5th inning. Check that, the bottom of the 4th inning, when Spain got a leadoff homer from Justin Connell, and it really was kind of similarly all about that feeling out process in the early stage of, you know, hitters trying to get a read on the velocity that they were seeing, pitchers trying to be able to command and land all of their stuff. And over the first, I would say probably 2 days of this tournament, that's probably what we're going to see. And a 5-pitch first inning for Mackenzie Mills sends his team back to the bat rack. We will head to the top of the 2nd inning, all scoreless through 1 in Regensburg. Top of the 2nd inning, it'll be 4, 5, and 6 for Great Britain. Justin Wiley, the 3rd baseman, Alex Crosby, the 1st baseman, and Deshaun Knowles out in left field as we hit the middle 3rd of the order. 2 really efficient innings in the 1st on both sides for Kevin Cannellone and Mackenzie Mills. And Justin Wiley steps in.
You're talking about that before the end of that inning. Just kind of get that feel for the game at this speed, you know, because these teams, let's not forget, we saw this with South Africa and Spain, haven't played a whole lot with each other. Usually the exhibition games, they have minimal, 2 or 3. You're trying to get a feel for your catcher. You're trying to get a feel for some of that velocity if you haven't seen it. You know, we saw South Africa struggle a little bit to catch up. That's kind of the way it goes. But, man, when you get a break, when you get runners on, you have to take advantage early.
Very nice. That boy. Another one.
Justin Wiley, he is a dude after our own hearts, because in his bio from GB Baseball, it says he is an aspiring sports broadcaster and podcaster and was a walk-on athlete at San Diego State, which is very cool stuff. Currently playing independent ball in the U.S. and trying to get his team's offense started here in the top half of the second.
You got any tips for him, Tyler, or what?
No, I don't know how I ended up here. I got no idea. This is like a waking dream, man. This is awesome. The last 2 days have been among the coolest of my career. 1-2 pitch, skied. May not get out of the infield, or a couple of steps onto the outfield grass, and geez, that thing took some weird spins out of the sky down into the glove of Alfredo Angarita. One gone.
Again, the sky, the twilight right now wreaking havoc on some of these guys. Balls bouncing around up there.
In game one, we saw outfielders have a lot of issues trying to pick up balls off the bat. And Ryan, as you noted, in the first inning, Jason Ruiz out there and left, that fly ball to left center, it looked like he lost that. Some of the backdrop here in Regensburg, there are a lot of different surfaces. A line drive the other way, and Alex Crosby has the first hit of the 2022 World Baseball Classic Qualifier for Great Britain with a single the other way.
And for the two lefties too, Mackenzie Mills and Kevin Canelone. Both lefties, but just different approaches. For Canelone, I think you got to jump on him early because he will get to that changeup and that slider a bunch, especially the second time through the order. Good piece of hitting right there. There's a bunch of lefties in this French lineup. So it's going to be that left on left, but sitting back, hitting that ball into left field.
So that'll bring up Deshaun Knowles, who I believe I said he was a D-backs prospect earlier. He's an Angels prospect. Anaheim, not Arizona, and a member of the Tri-City Dust Devils at the high A level in minor league baseball this year, and made the climb to high A after starting the season with 38 fantastic games at single A, in which he slashed .328, .433, .445 for the Inland Empire 66ers. So he's been up at the high A level for 84 games this year. And, you know, this is something that we talked about earlier on today with Noelvi Marte. For the guys who are coming over from affiliated ball, it has been a little while since they've gotten actual game action. Now, these teams have been playing some exhibitions against, you know, fellow WBC qualifying teams or other squads, you know, German Bundesliga teams and other teams. But the affiliated players are actually not allowed to play in those games. So for Deshaun Knowles, he has not played since the 11th of September, which is only a 5-day layoff. But after the travel and the flight, that's a break that is longer than you ordinarily see during a baseball season. So it's all about kind of getting that timing back, and it's something that usually comes back quickly for most guys after just a few days off, but it is an adjustment.
It really is. When you are mid-season form, game speed, all of a sudden you got to sit out. But I do find that kind of interesting, the fact that affiliated guys are not allowed to play. I mean, when you think about it on the flip side too, obviously you don't want them to get hurt in exhibition games. Right. I get that. But when they are sitting out for 10 games, all of a sudden you throw them into a situation like this, it can be tough.
2-2 just misses down and in, and the count is full. Yeah, we learned that from, I believe it was Bruce Bochy. No, yeah, actually, check that. It was on the other side. It was Drew Spencer from Great Britain who told us that, you know, being able to build out the roster, you got to account for the fact that certain guys may not be available for your tune-up games. A foul tip into the glove of Ivan Acuna. And that is strikeout number 1 for Kevin Canelone. And with 2 gone, it'll bring up Jaden Rudd.
And that's that changeup we talked about from Canelone. Again, he will get to those secondary pitches, especially that changeup to some of these righties. That's why you got to attack him early. Try and get to that fastball. Hasn't got the same velo as Mackenzie Mills on the other side.
Jaden Rudd, a 7th-round draft selection of the Toronto Blue Jays in 2021. He was born in Suffolk, England. His parents are both natives of the UK. He was born at the RAF Lakenheath base. And that one off the glove of Ivan Acuna, and that'll easily spring Alex Crosby from first to second. So a man in scoring position for the first time today.
Take another look right here. This is a straight ejecto mitt. Getting handcuffed on that one knee.
That'll go as a pass ball for Ivan Acuna. That's the first one. We didn't see a wild pitch or a pass ball in game number 1 today. But we did see base running play a key role in that game. A stolen base late from Noelvi Marte that turned into a difficult situation for South Africa trying to get out of an inning with a man in scoring position. They ended up giving up consecutive 2-out hits as Spain broke out for 3 in the bottom of the 7th inning on the way to a 5-4 win over South Africa. Man, what a great game that was, though, to open this qualifier. Canelone on 3-0, gets a swing and a miss. The green light on for Jaden Rudd, and he didn't get a piece of that one. Jaden Rudd, 46 games with the Blue Jays rookie level affiliate in the Florida Complex League this year. 203 hitter with a 683 OPS. Still a real young guy in just his 2nd professional season after being drafted last year, and on the outside corner, counts full on him.
Yeah, we talk a lot about these affiliated players, but a lot of them are in those first couple of years of professional baseball too. So a lot of youth on this Great Britain team. It's kind of good too when you think about that for the future of, you know, whether it be this World Baseball Classic coming up, if they qualify, then the next one. All of a sudden they have a bit of a pipeline. Guys they know who have that British passport or the parents or whatever it may be. Get him back into this program.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Only a handful of pitches on either side in the first inning, top and bottom, for Mackenzie Mills for Great Britain and Kevin Canelone for France. But Kevin's coming up on 30 pitches now. It has turned into a really pretty night for baseball. It's chilly, and a bit of a drizzle has started, but we had rain in the early game, and that abated fairly quickly. 3-2, drills Rudd. So Kevin Canelone gets behind 3-0, comes back to make it 3-2, and then loses the hitter in Rudd. So Jaden's aboard, and it's 1st and 2nd with 2 gone for Great Britain.
And this is obviously unintentional. This is a little off-speed pitch. So that ball started to break, just slip out of his hand. Maybe the rain plays a little bit of a factor here. It's interesting too. We saw the rain, and both South Africa and Spain had to play through some. It got pretty heavy there for a minute. But in a situation like this, when you fly in 6 different countries from all around the world, you really don't have those big windows to make the games up. So we know that they are going to have to push through some of these rain situations. It's funny talking to the South African manager about that too, and he said it was interesting. I said, how was it with the rain? And you guys kind of understood that this is going to be a factor. And he said, look, these kids, they're used to it, man. They play, what did he say, rugby style baseball down in South Africa.
He said, if you ever come down to South Africa and watch us play, that rain today was nothing.
That's right.
Oh, one a swing and a miss. Yeah, Andrew Berglund was so gracious to come out and speak with us after that tough loss today for his team. And he said, we had a few guys who were already kind of teary-eyed after game 1, and I want to see that. I want to know that they care that much after the first day of a tournament like this. And South Africa, that team they are here to win it, and they're a little bit behind the 8 ball after losing today, but they're here to be there at the end as the 0-2 is just off the outside corner. That's a nice job receiving by Ivan Acuna. It'll put it at 1-2.
Yeah, it really came down to that one play. There was down to 2 outs, 2 strikes, and that ball hit into center field. I'm not going to say it was catchable, but
Benji Smith,
inches.
The center fielder for South Africa, was shaded over toward left center, sprinting full out extension dive, and at the last moment, that ball glanced off the tip of the fingers of his glove, and it ricocheted out into right center. It plated a run, and it started a string for Spain of 3 straight 2-out hits, which got the offense enough breathing room to get that thing across the line. Jesus Ustari's the first baseman, was the one who hit that triple. Chris Quitzer doubled him home. Justin Connell followed with an RBI single, his 3rd base hit of the day. And that got Spain enough as they held on for a 5-4 win in the opener. Here's the 1-2 from Canelone. Left side may be playable. Soriano toward the warning track has got it. And that'll do it here in the second. A more lengthy second inning on the mound for Canelone. We'll head to the bottom of 2, still scoreless in Regensburg. Back in Regensburg, some rules and regulations for this 2022 WBC qualifier. We do have video review. It was only used once in Game 1 today, but it is available for managers to ask for review. Designated hitters in play here in the qualifier, but some rules that have not been adopted for the World Baseball Classic that are at the major league level now. No 3-batter minimum for pitchers and no mound visit limitation. And being a former pitcher, a former big league pitcher, a former World Baseball Classic pitcher, do you like being back at the more traditional state where if you're coming in out of the bullpen, you're not forced to face 3 guys, and if you need a visit from, you know, a pitching coach and your team has already made a few, they're not going to be forced to just leave you hanging out there?
Yeah, I think I like it for this format. When you were playing tournament-style baseball where, you know, it's a double elimination, I think that's important because you are going to have to use the bullpen. We're going to talk more about some of the pitching restrictions and limitations that these clubs have to deal with, and it's a big part of the strategy how you use some of your arms out of the bullpen too. So I think in that regard, I like it. I don't mind actually at the major league level. I actually don't mind the fact that these lefties now can't just go left on left. They have to develop that third pitch because they have to face 3 hitters. But for here, keep it the way it is.
So Mackenzie Mills deals that one, and it's fouled away.
I talked about this in the opening with Mackenzie Mills about the command potentially being an issue, but man, he's been filling up the strike zone.
Ball on a strike on Ivan Acuna, the catcher. As Mills, you mentioned his height and weight before we were sitting down and set to do this broadcast today. I didn't realize just how big he would come across on the mound. He is a big dude.
He actually walked past me down in one of these tunnels. I was like, whoa, he is a big dude. So I was excited to watch him.
2 balls and a strike now on Acuna. And the count will go even on him.
Just got that heavy fastball. Still haven't seen a real shoulder breaking ball just yet. But this French team's been really aggressive, so stay inside the strike zone. Try and overwhelm a little bit with the velocity.
2-2 on the way. Good breaking ball.
There it is.
Acuna able to just get a piece of that. One of the things about this France team that we talked about with Bruce Bochy yesterday, there's a surprising amount of players born in France on this team. I think we counted 14, and it doesn't mean that everybody grew up or lived there their entire lives, but the fact that there is that level of roots built into this foundation for this France national team. Is a ball charged in the air toward right center field. Moving back on it is Seymour. Warning track, wall, and gone. Ivan Acuna gets his team on the board, and France has got a 1-0 lead in the second.
And the French catch is showing some serious oppo pop. Letting that ball travel a little bit. We talked about Mackenzie Mills and that fastball. He's fouling a bunch of pitches off, timing that thing up. And just let that thing get on him a little bit. Backspin that ball to right center field.
That's a way to announce your arrival at the World Baseball Classic Qualifier. Ivan Acuna, who has played in the top league in France, the first division, for Savigny, and also coached for France during the 2021 European Championships. I mean, this is a shot.
It really is. And look, 2 strikes as well. I think it's a situation where, not that you're going into a 2-strike approach at all, but again, just let that velocity work for you. Let that ball get on him, stay inside it. Man, that ball was hit. Sent a little bit of a jolt through that Great Britain dugout too. We've talked so much about some of these affiliated players. You know that from if you're the French team. All of a sudden, they're up 1-0.
Squib roller to first over there from Miles Zahn. And an easy play for Alex Crosby. And that'll bring up Jason Ruiz, the left fielder.
And we talked a lot about this during the day game, how big these innings are. This is not a situation, this goes especially if you're coming off a minor league season, it's not a situation you're playing 162 games where, you know what, you lose one, okay, give up a run here, have a rough night. No. Every at-bat is critical to make something happen.
Jason Ruiz, former member of the New York Mets organization. He played 6 seasons in the Mets system. He reached AA Binghamton in his final pro campaign back in 2015. That was back when they were still the Binghamton Mets. I believe that was the pre-Rumble Ponies days. Bouncing ball left side, a sliding stab over there. But the long throw to first from Nick Ward is not going to be in time to get Ruiz. He's on with a 1-out infield single.
That's a base hit. Just too much speed getting down that line. First base. Man, good job for Nick Ward to get to this ball. You got no time really to set your feet. You just have to come up off balance and throw the ball. Get another look at it right here. Rolls over that pitch. Again, good job. Trying to throw off that back foot. Too much speed down the line.
So with a run home on the solo shot and a man on now with 1 out, brings up Bastien Daigneault, the designated hitter. Daigneault, one of the French-born players on this squad. He made his Division I debut in 2012 with the Rouen Huskies, who are the most dominant current team in France's top division in baseball. He actually made his national team debut for the French squad for the 2017 World Baseball Classic Qualifiers. And a guy who has been playing in big spots for France's top-level league and national team dating back to when he was 17 years old. He played for Rouen in the European Cup in 2012 at age 17. The Rouen Huskies, the current French champions, led in part by your friend and mine, Todd Van Steensel, Australian pitcher who just travels the world collecting championship rings. Wherever he goes, somebody seems to win a title. Daigneault takes that one just away, 2-2.
And a good follower on Instagram and Twitter. Seeing all these exploits around the world. Surprised he hasn't shown up here. We've seen.
I know. I'm a little disappointed in him, actually.
We've seen some former players. We've seen Adam Jones already. We're going to see a couple more tomorrow.
Lined out to short. Nice pick by Nick Ward on the backhand. He starts it at second, but not quite quick enough to get the out at first on what would have been a 6-4-3 double play. Nick Ward really impressive in a couple of chances out there at short. And that'll get the second out of the inning recorded at second base. And Dagneau is aboard at first on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, this is a tough play, too. Nick Ward already showing some of that defense. Trying to turn the double play. Love those socks, too. Look at those. Got the Union Jack socks. Tyler, I can see you rocking those, dude.
You know, I try not to. I try to cover up as much of my physique as possible. So maybe, but under like, you know, a camping tent that I'll wrap around myself. And a swing and a shot to left center off the bat of Daniel Patrice. And that's down. It will push Dagneau to second. But 3 hits in the inning now for France. And it's first and second with 2 gone for Jiminia.
And France look like they can swing it a bit.
You know, and Bruce Bochy said yesterday, his exact quote was, "They're aggressive little boogers."
He did say that, like he was talking about his kids.
Yeah.
His grandchildren.
The amount of guys who like to try to ambush stuff early in counts. And I think that's something that serves you well in a tournament like this. If you see a good pitch from a guy that you don't know a lot about, go after it.
You have to. Absolutely.
Leo Jiminian inside. That's off the glove of Harry Ford. A throw to third is not in time to get Dagneau. And they may look at this. That throw was a little bit toward the field side, and on the Great Britain third base dugout, Drew Spencer will request a review there.
And for Harry Ford, too, again, down on that one knee, gets kind of handcuffed a little bit, that big breaking ball. Well, again, now we're going to take another look. Oh.
Yeah, the tag was up the body, but that may have been before the foot got in. But as we talked about in the first game, we reviewed a Noelvi Marte steal for Spain against South Africa. Will there be an angle that shows something clear in order to overturn this call? And you know, I think that heel might have gotten in there first.
It's tough, too, when you are going to call for a replay. You kind of have to go off your instinct a little bit, because we know in the big leagues they obviously have a staff member designated to be sitting in the film room to watch about three to five angles. They have some time. They have some time where they can sort of hold off the umpire, get a look, and then get the call and say, hey, yeah, review it. But here you can see straight away Drew Spencer just kind of said, yeah, let's review this.
Yeah, it's almost as though if you're a manager, you have to go sort of off of how adamant your infielders are.
Absolutely, yeah. How much did they sell it?
Yeah. And in game one, Victor Ngope was positive that he had gotten an out. If you watch the heel of that left foot, it seems like right there it tags the bag, just before the glove. And instead, they do overturn that call. So the out call at third, and Dagneau is retired, attempting to swipe the extra bag, and that will do it for France here in the second. But the homer from Acuna gives his team the lead. We head to the third. It's 1-0 France.
environment is so festive. The fans here enjoying what they're seeing at this time.
Marching to the World Baseball Classic.
Leadoff homer by Ivan Acuna in the bottom of the second inning gets France on the board, and we head to the top of the third. It's a 1-0 lead for the France national team over Great Britain. Back inside our broadcast booth at Armin Wolf Baseball Arena here in Regensburg, Germany. My name is Tyler Mon alongside Ryan Roland Smith. I ran into a German umpire that I know named Tim Meyer downstairs, and Tim told me, you were talking about the press box being new. It's been there forever. You got to get your facts straight. And I said, okay, Tim, I'm sorry.
Let's
the
go.
building down the right field line is brand new, but I guess we're old hat over
How
here.
long have you had to prep
exactly
for this thing?
You know.
Tyler, let's go.
Just months. And I got it wrong. Sorry, Tim. I apologize. First pitch of the top half of the third inning to Anthony Seymour is down low from the left-handed starter, Kevin Kenelone. So Kevin gets a chance to go out now with a little bit of support. It's not a ton, but you're a guy who is pitching a whole ton of big league games and WBC games and all that. When you get that first run of support, does it feel as though there is a different energy to a game, even if it's just a 1-0 lead?
I don't think so this early on. I mean, I feel like at this point, and for Kenelone as well, still trying to get that feel. He's trying to get an idea of what you're up against because, like I said, we don't know a whole lot. Excuse me, the French team and the Great Britain team, they don't know a whole lot about what they're facing against each other just yet. So I think for him, yeah, look, if they put a 5 spot up, great. I'm stoked. But when it's still 1-0, you're still trying to get dialed in with all your pitches, especially for him, too. He relies so heavily on that changeup, on that breaking ball.
Seymour grounds one over to third. Soriano's throw is high, and it's not going to be enough to get Seymour, who races in under the foot of Daniel Patrice. And Patrice looking over into the dugout to see if somebody had a better angle, that maybe he came down before Seymour got there. Live speed, I didn't think he did. I think Seymour beat that out. And they will ask for the review, and we'll see what the call is here. Anthony Seymour flying up the line, and with that throw from Soriano high, you know, you got a guy coming out of the 9 spot, the center fielder who you know runs well, and even though that ball was hit pretty hard to Soriano, he's moving away from first base, so you field it on the backhand and you try to uncork that throw quickly, knowing that you've got someone who's going to move up the line pretty swiftly.
Yeah, and this is a situation too where he just didn't get his feet set, right? See there, throwing off that back foot. Situations where you can have quick feet and get to that front foot, get that throw on, but it's going to be close.
Man, that is really close, and Daniel Patrice certainly thought he had the out over there. At Major League Baseball starting next season, and in the minor leagues starting, I believe last year was when this was first rolled out, larger bases are now in play. And one of the big elements of that is the safety of first basemen and base runners, because if you're, you know, stretching from the first base bag, a runner comes across, steps on your ankle, that can be a career-ending thing. Or in a circumstance like this, if you are a base runner, you're trying to get in under a guy over at first, you've got a little bit more wiggle room with the wider bases that will be implemented going forward in Major League Baseball. That's the type of thing that could come into play for a play like this.
For sure, and you know, Major League Baseball, talk about the safety. You could see both the ankles, you know, kind of landing on each other as Patrice came down on that bag, but we're going to see the call right here.
Safe at first. So, 2 plays have gone to review. Both have gone the way of Great Britain so far, and Anthony Seymour finds himself aboard as a leadoff base runner here in the top of the third, and that will go as an error charge to Ariel Soriano. So that brings up Harry Ford back at the top of the order. Ford to fly out to center field in his first trip to the plate. And man, what a talent Ford is. He was, in his draft year, 2021, the top-ranked high school catcher and the 2nd overall ranked catcher, according to MLB Pipeline's rankings, and 2nd in that catching category to only the top overall pick in the 2021 MLB first-year player draft, Henry Davis, who went to the Pittsburgh Pirates out of the University of Louisville in the U.S. state of Kentucky. But this is a guy who has the total package, and Ryan, being somebody who works in the Mariners organization, the buzz around Harry Ford is not just about what a ball player he is, but also what he's like as a person.
Yeah, it really is. And first of all, when you look at him and you watch him, set up to hit, and everything that some of the things that you've talked about, he's not built like a catcher. You know what I mean? Like usually you look like a guy like this. He does have the speed. He does have a lot of athleticism outside of obviously catching a baseball. That is for sure behind the plate. So it's going to be interesting kind of to see if he stays behind the plate. But a couple of the things off the field, and we've heard this, he's a really popular teammate, helping out guys who don't have a car, giving them rides all over the place. Little things like that, man. The organizations, I know he's a first-round draft pick, but when you have those qualities, those characteristics off the field, and I've seen it, I've witnessed it, you see it with Julio Rodriguez, that's what Harry Ford's all about too. So that's one of the big reasons why they love him.
That is a really important thing in the minor leagues. Runner off from first, that pitch down low, throw to second is right on target, and maybe two on target as it clanks off Seymour. He will dig for third, and a man 90 feet away now for Great Britain with nobody out in the third. So Seymour reaches on an error, and now he'll go to third on an error.
Got to say, Cunha made a good throw on this play, made this close, but Seymour, you mentioned the speed element. This is what speed does, especially in these tournament-style games. I know the stolen base isn't as prevalent in the big leagues, especially over 162 games. But what an impact this has when you're trying to qualify for the World Baseball Classic, when it comes down to that double elimination. It's a big factor right now.
So it's a steal for Seymour of second and an error charge to Acuna to allow him to move to third. And now Harry Ford in an RBI situation with a man 90 feet away. Pitch on the way to him from Canelon. No, foul the back of the screen. Harry Ford, you mentioned a guy who, he'll drive teammates around who don't have a car or a driver's license or whatever it is. And I know another thing that we were told, he's always the first player to volunteer for community service events. That stuff, especially in the minor leagues, the 2-2 is high, 3-2. That's so important. And not just in the organization notices it kind of importance. But first of all, minor league communities, largely smaller to mid-sized towns across the United States, it makes people's day or week or month or year to be around the family that is a minor league baseball team. As Harry puts a charge in this one to left center field, moving back on it is Haminian, and he will watch it go. A two-run homer for the top Mariners prospects, and Great Britain has its first runs and its first lead. It's 2-1 in the third.
And we've talked about what he does off the field, the teammate he is, the athleticism. But what about the power, too? That pitch was in on the hands, able to get the barrel to that short, sweet swing, showing off that power to left field. Look at that. Staying inside that ball. Short stroke.
We were talking about how important it is to take the extra base, steal, move up on errors, all that. Didn't really matter there. Anthony Seymour could have crawled home as that thing was charged out of here by Harrison Ford. The talent is legit for Harry Ford, and a guy who everybody is so excited to see what is going to become of him as he continues his climb in the Mariners organization. By the way, he is 19 years old.
Oh, yeah, you need to throw that in, too.
Pretty impressive stuff from the young backstop. And now on the other side, we will see what is the response here from Kevin Canelon. That was one thing that South Africa saw its starter, Justin Erasmus, do really, really well, was respond to challenges. When he had base runners, when he only gave up one run, and he was able to get shutdowns when he needed shutdowns. So that's what France is looking for right now.
Yeah, you mentioned that too. It's just it's an energy thing. I think when you're around guys for the first time, when the games really count in this situation, you haven't spent a whole lot of time together, you get that energy. The French team you could see them all top step of that dugout. So Canelon lose that feel again for that breaking ball. But Next thing you know, now all of a sudden you're down 2-1. Great Britain's jumping around in their dugout.
So second batter hit by a pitch by Cannellone today. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Nick Ward. And a visit to the mound from Ivan Acuna. Try to calm down his left-hander as France has got some stirring in the bullpen down the right field line. You know, we talked with Bruce Bochy yesterday, which is a sentence I'll never get tired of saying, by the way. You know, when Ryan and I were talking with Bruce Bochy in his office in Germany about traveling and his parents being born in France for a half hour. I won't get tired of that. But he said, I asked him, you know, it's way different. You're a guy who spent 25 years in the big leagues and you won 3 World Series. It's way different managing in a tournament like this. And he said, yeah, it's playoff baseball. This is, you cannot make mistakes on day one because every day is so important. That's how you have to manage it.
And that was good to hear too. Listen, I mean, I've been around guys who, you know, they come in from pro ball into a situation like this. You cannot treat this like professional baseball at all. It is completely different. The way you have to manufacture runs, you got to lay bunts down, you got to do some of the little things. But when Bruce Bochy said, look, I'm just going to play this, I'm going to deal with this like it's the playoffs. And man, he had some experience, you know, and had some success in the playoffs. It was refreshing to hear that because you're thinking, okay, all right, he gets it. He totally gets what this is all about.
Still nobody out in this inning. Seymour reached on the error on the high throw at first. Harry Ford followed with the homer. Matthew Koperniak hit by a pitch, so he's at first as Kevin Cannellone is looking for anything to get an out up onto that board in left center. 2 balls and no strikes. He's crossed over 50 pitches, and we'll talk about the pitch limits and thresholds as the day goes along today. The night here in Germany, as we have dipped into full effect of these brand new lights here at Armin Wolf Arena. Grounder over to first. Patrice goes to second for 1. The return throw with the first baseman back on the bag, covering himself, and a beautifully executed 3-6-3 double play clears the bases and puts 2 outs up there for France in the field in the third.
Seeing some good defense too from both sides. Saw Nick Ward for Great Britain at shortstop. It's a nice double play too. Again, we talk about some of the momentum. All of a sudden now you got 2 big outs finally after you've been struggling, put guys away. Good stretch.
And that is huge. That is great work by Daniel Patrice over at first to get that started. You know, I'm coming off of, I just a couple of weeks ago broadcasted the U15 Baseball World Cup, and France had a team in that tournament that was so impressive because they did the little things right. They played very good defense. They didn't, you know, win a medal, and they didn't make it onto the final round, but it was a group of players who had never played at that level. As a charge out into left center field and racing over, diving, it's a catch made by Jason Ruiz to end the British half of the third. What a grab by the young left fielder for France, and that will send us to the bottom half of 3. Harry Ford's home run rallies his team, and as we head to the bottom of the third, the highlight out in the field from Ruiz. 2-1, Great Britain out in front. Man, based on the reaction, I didn't think he caught it. Because people back here were like, oh.
His first name you say
Jason.
Jason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on here as Jason.
Gotcha.
And it's actually like Ruiz with
Ruiz
S sounds, but yeah, Jason Ruiz. Yeah, there's some interesting ones. One of the big headlines coming into this 2022 World Baseball Classic Qualifier is a manager, which is not a storyline you would often discuss in terms of it being a headline, but one of the legends in the game of baseball, a guy who's probably ticketed for the Hall of Fame, Bruce Bochy, 25 years in the big leagues. I was actually surprised to see when we put this graphic together, more time with the San Francisco Giants and with the San Diego Padres. Started his career a dozen years with the Padres. Yeah. 3-time World Series champion, the 96 National League Manager of the Year. He also took the San Diego Padres to a World Series in 1998. And a guy who has just done everything there is to do in the game of baseball and now is embarking on a new chapter.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, hearing his passion to be managing here for Team France, amazing. But
leadoff man is Jimenez, who tries to bunt his way on and just a step late. He was at the plate when the final out was recorded on the caught stealing at third, so he's gone for out number one.
And you can see we talked about the bunt being a factor in these qualifiers on the world stage too. You're going to see more of this, more of the speed element. Nice bunt, nice play down there at third. Justin Wiley. But back to Bruce Bochy. I mean, you look, first of all, 25 years as a manager. I mean, it is such a cutthroat position. You know, Scott Service with the Seattle Mariners, he was, you know, they talked about his 1,000th win and everything else, and he just said, listen, like, just to get there as a manager is
just to get to 1,000 games.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. It was 1,000 games. Excuse me. But the other thing, too, you look at the, you know, the 25 years doing that. But the 3 World Series champions with the same organization in that spread of time, what was it, over 6 years?
5 years.
5 years. Amazing. Unbelievable.
1-1 rope to left field, and Alexander Perdomo's got himself a one-out single back at the top of the order. Bruce Bochy's story, if you don't know it, he was born in France, did not spend a lot of time there. He was born in a little town called Boussac and moved really right around the time that he was 1 year old. Now, he does have an older brother who is with him here, Joe Bochy, who was about 5 years old when they moved back to the U.S. from France. And Bruce's father, Gus, a member of the United States military and moved kind of all over. He was stationed in the Carolinas for a little while. Then the Bochy's moved to Panama, which coincidentally enough is the location of our next WBC qualifier coming up here in a couple of weeks. But for Bruce Bochy, he said there's always just been something that's stuck with him about France. And I asked him, where does that affinity come from? And he said, you know, I think a lot of it was when you're young and people find out that you were born in France, it's pretty cool. And it kind of gives you something to be proud of. And he said, you know, I'm not French, but I would find when I was a kid, I'd watch the Olympics and I would find myself cheering for the French teams. And the identity that you draw from being somebody who has such a unique point of your story, that's pretty awesome. He name dropped Jean-Claude Killy, who was a French alpine skier in the Olympics back in the day. He said, like, I was a big fan of his. You know, I cheer for these French teams at international sporting events.
But on that, he mentioned that name like, and I'm thinking to myself, am I supposed to know who this person is?
I had to Google him last time.
Okay, good.
It's like Jean-Claude.
Right. Okay, you make me feel better when you say that. So I'm like nodding my head going, oh, yeah, great.
Totally. Jean-Claude Killy, he was born August 30th of 1943. Okay. So his time in the Olympic Games was in the 1960s. He won 3 alpine events at the 68 Winter Olympics. And also won the first 2 World Cup titles, 1967 and 68. So it was a little before our time.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, we do have an older viewership probably shaking their heads
probably,
right now
like
as I hear that.
Don't know who Jean-Claude Killy is? What is wrong with you? But that was really cool to hear Bruce Bochy talk about that. And, you know, he's been back to France several times since just as a visitor and told us the story of how he originally was approached about getting involved with France for this event. And it was pretty shortly after he had made the decision to step down as manager of the San Francisco Giants. That pitch just off the plate outside. As Alfredo Angarita is the man in the batter's box right now. And he said, you know, when the conversation first came up, I couldn't commit to it right away He wanted to talk to his family. So, like, I'm retiring after 25 years as a big league manager. I can't really just go back to my wife and be like, all right, I'm back out doing it again for a different setup. 2-2 shot foul. It was Didier Semenet, who was the president of the French Baseball and Softball Federation, who originally approached Bruce Bochy about this. They were having breakfast in New York, and he said, hey, we got this WBC qualifier coming up. We'd love for you to be involved. And eventually decided, yeah, I think I would like to do that. It's not a super long-term thing. The event obviously is short, and, you know, if France makes it through to the WBC, that'll be in March. But it's not as though he's committing to a 162-game schedule again. And to see him be able to give back and try to expand the game, he's uniting the two things that I think outside of his family, Bruce Bochy would say he probably loves most.
Yeah,
which is very cool.
I think too, it has to, and I think it does by listening to him speak about it. It goes beyond him just showing up here and saying, oh, yep, I'm the manager. I think when you are someone like Bruce Bochy, first of all, you have a network of people to lean on when it comes to if you do want to develop the game in France. And obviously that's the goal, right? I mean, I come from a place where baseball continually has to develop and needs certain resources, and needs certain funding, and needs really good coaching. I think with Bruce Bochy, you know what? He gets on the phone and says, hey, to this ex-player, to this ex-coach, hey, go to France, come to France with me. Let's run this clinic. Let's teach these kids how to do things right. So I think when you hear some of this stuff, it just warms your heart to hear a guy like Bruce Bochy in his situation, his career as a coach, even as a player, to step in and be a part of what they're trying to do in France.
He credited a couple of members of his staff, Boris Rothermund and Kino Perez, who are the two French coaches on his staff, and he was talking about, you know, before they got this team off here to Germany, as this ball, slow roller over to third base, and Wiley is not going to have a play on it. Justin Wiley made a terrific play to start this inning, coming in on the bunt off the bat of Heminia, but Garita now is aboard on an infield single, and France quietly threatening here in the third with runners at first and second and one out.
And both these teams putting pressure on, creating traffic, making it happen. We saw it early in the game. There was really nothing doing offensively from South Africa and Spain. France can show they can swing it a little bit. Obviously, Great Britain with all these young prospects that they have on their squad. Both these teams putting it on.
And now here comes Ariel Soriano. So you got first and second, one out, and you're starting to get into the heart of this order. The guy waiting in the on-deck circle, Ivan Acuna, belted the leadoff homer last inning to get France into the lead, albeit briefly. And the first pitch is a ball to Soriano. Ariel played 6 years in the Tampa Bay Rays minor league organization from 2009 to 2015. Got to what was then known as Class A Advanced, now known as High A. 1-0 is down, 2 balls and no strikes. 302 total games for him. Now batting in a big spot in Germany. You know, it's funny, we got a chance after game one today to talk with Spain's hero of the day, Justin Connell, and Justin Connell put it perfectly. He said, baseball takes you crazy places.
Yeah.
And, you know, for Ariel Soriano, I would imagine this was not on his bingo card at the beginning of his pro career as he skies this one out to right. Catch made out there, that ball twisting in the skies. It comes down to Jaden Rudd, but he's able to secure it for out number 2.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, born in the Dominican Republic, 6 minor league seasons. All of a sudden, here you are in 2022 playing here in Germany for Team France. Why not?
So 2 outs, and the, as we now know, big, powerful bat of Ivan Acuna stepping into the batter's box. Acuna went yard opposite field in his last trip to the plate, leading off last inning. And he comes up to probably your neighbor, McLemore. You boys?
Yeah, next door neighbor, yeah. Well, not next door, a couple houses down. His house is a little bit bigger than mine, I think,
It's probably a toss-up, mostly. Esteban Acuna, they just blasted it again. They heard us. Like, we got to run this back. I will say, the in-game atmosphere here today has been fantastic. The music between innings, the sound effects, the fans have been great. We had a pretty good crowd for the early game today, which, it's a Friday afternoon. It's a work day. We had a good crowd for the afternoon game today. We've had a lot of fun, and the staff here in Regensburg has been terrific. And we're only on day one, man. This is, we have had a month's worth of fun here in our first not even 8 full hours of baseball, as Acuna facing a hitter's count at 2-0. Lifts one foul.
Kind of got that inside-out swing again. Real similar to that ball he hit out to right center field. Yeah, we had some jams in between games from the 80s, 90s.
What was that band that you told me there was a song by?
You got to throw me under the bus here.
I had no
Roxette. One of my favorites.
Roxette. You were like, this is Roxette. I had no idea what you were saying. You said, you know that band Roxette?
Of course.
No clue.
Yeah.
It's going to be some big Roxette super fan that tweets at us all angrily.
Going to get another look at the home run earlier. Look at that little inside-out swing. Some serious pop right field. Hey, the ball's jumping today during the day game and at night as well. Harry Ford taking one deep.
It was interesting, and you pointed out, Justin Connell said the ball here flies a little bit differently than what he's used to with the minor league balls back in the States. And we notice as that one's up and in for ball 4. They are loaded up now for France with 2 gone. It'll send it to Maël Zahn. But the ball yesterday during team workouts on the backfield here, we were commenting on that yesterday. Like, man, it really seems like it's flying well. We saw, balls that were solidly struck but were sailing out. I mean, far more than what you would have thought based on the contact. And today we've gotten a few well-struck balls that have gotten out pretty quickly. And a visit to the pitcher's mound from the pitching coach, Zach Graveser, for this Great Britain team.
Starting to see that pitch count climb, 43. And for some of the things with the pitch count to look into, and this is a part of this is a big part of the management, I think, with these tournaments, because the minute Mackenzie Mills goes over 50, he is done. Cannot be used for the next 4 days. So essentially he could pitch on the last day of this tournament if they get that far in this. Now, if you go over 85 pitches, you are done.
Period.
You are done.
That's it. You will not return from the pitch limitation because we've only got 5 days here. And a swing and a little dribbler off the end of the bat as Zahn will find himself the final out of the inning. So France threatens, but can't bring anybody home here in the 3rd. We'll head to the 4th. Great Britain out in front, 2-1. the top of the 4th inning. It's a 2-1 lead for Great Britain over France on day number 1, game number 2 of the 2022 World Baseball Classic Qualifier from Regensburg here in the Bavaria region of Germany. Tyler Maughan, Ryan Rowland-Smith. Great Britain with a 2-run homer from Harry Ford in the top of the 3rd inning. It'll be Alex Crosby to lead things off, 5, 6, and 7. First baseman followed by Deshaun Knowles, the left fielder, and Jaden Rudd, the right fielder.
I've already started working on this nickname. I don't know if I should reveal it for Harry Ford.
Okay.
Because I know there's a lot of Mariner fans. I'm getting hit up by a lot of Mariner fans who are watching this. Really the first chance they've had to watch him, because you don't get to see guys in the minor leagues a whole lot. And to see that swing, that power from Harry Ford. You want to know what the nickname is?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Prince Harry. Boom. The royal family, get it? Great Britain.
All right.
Harry?
Okay.
No? Yeah? Okay. All right. I thought that was a killer. I'm trying to get my social media to blow up now.
You can find him at -18 on Twitter, folks. Get in touch with him. 2-0 is there for a strike. That's pretty good. But eventually, he gets to Seattle. He and Julio, they help you win a World Series. Don't you want him to be King Harry by that point?
All right, you just completely plowed through my nickname. Thanks.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Alex Crosby. We were talking after the first game. We were like, getting into the flow of it and everything. Were we not joking around enough? Now, after this game, they're going to be like, all right, tone it down, you two idiots. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Crosby, who singled through the left side in his first trip to the plate.
I'm having too much fun here, man. Watching international baseball again. Here in Germany, you got some amazing music. Roxette being one of the bands that bumping here in between innings. I love it. Blast. Watching Great Britain, France.
Just like I had to Google Jean-Claude Killy, now I got to Google Roxette. They're Swedish.
They are, yep.
Who knew? Certainly not me. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Alex Crosby. To speak seriously about this event, though, you and I, at the end of 2019, we got to work what was an Olympic qualifying event, Premier 12, along with our good friend John Paul Morosi, who I'm sure is tuned into the night game tonight. And we had so much fun. We got to do the final, the super round and the championship games in Tokyo, and got to experience 50,000 people in the Tokyo Dome and what it was like to be there with Japan winning a championship and all these things. And then 4 months later, the world shut down as this one's fouled away again. And for those of us who work in sports, I know people suffered much greater things. It was really difficult for those of us who work in things that are based in live events.
For sure.
Because we lost a lot of work, and a lot of people lost a lot of jobs, a lot of income, all that. It was a pretty dark time, and I know that there were times that certainly I thought, man, I don't know if I'll ever get back there again.
Yeah.
That may have been the high point, to be in Premier 12, to be in Tokyo and to do it. And to be here at this ballpark doing this event as a terrific plate appearance by Alex Crosby results in a leadoff walk. It means something more this time around, because we have all lived through something shared. We've all lived through a world event that was bigger than us. And even though it's not necessarily over, there are still people getting sick and passing away and dealing with COVID-19. The fact that we are back here, that this event has been reborn, for the first time in 5.5 years, we're watching World Baseball Classic games, and for the first time in 10 years in this ballpark, a qualifier is being held. This is a big, big day for international baseball.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm celebrating right now. That's why I'm having such a good time.
Yeah.
You mentioned, that the Premier 12, that qualifying, the Olympic qualifier we got to do. We watched Japan, Korea, Australia, Team USA, and talking to some of those Team USA players, some guys with a lot of Major League time playing on that team. And they said they've never experienced anything like that inside that Tokyo Dome. And here's a chance, if you're one of these young players with Great Britain or with Team France under Bruce Bochy, you are a couple wins away from playing in that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah.
I mean, that right there, regardless of what you do, if you get to the major leagues eventually, if you don't, you will never, ever forget those moments.
Deshaun Knowles fouls one away. And, for guys on this France team, you're coming from a country that does not have a lot of baseball infrastructure. They produce some really good baseball talent, but, you know, Bruce Bochy said, I was asked by some people with the French Baseball Softball Federation, what can we do to continue the growth of this game? And baseball in France is having a moment right now, and we'll talk about that. But Bruce Bochy's response was, you need to build ball fields. There's just not a lot of places where players can get into the game, as Knowles fouls that one on the bunt attempt off, I think, the bare hand of Ivan Acuna, and hopefully he's okay. He'll take a moment to compose himself. But you're trying to take that next step, and the visibility that would be gained, and we were talking in the first game today, it's not just visibility. A lot of national federations have their funding, government funding, predicated on success in high-level tournaments like this. So if you qualify for the main one, or if you qualify for the Olympics or Premier 12 or whatever it is, that gains a lot of financial support for your federation, for your national team programs as well. So these are really important things, not just for these teams and for these players, but for the entirety of those national team programs and the federations as well.
Yeah, and look, I've been there too with Team Australia.
Right.
Man, there was some stressful times, especially 2016 when we had to qualify for 2017, which, you know what, we should be a shoo-in, right? We should definitely qualify. We had such a good roster.
On home soil.
On home soil in Sydney. And we're getting beat by South Africa. We're midway through that game. We're looking at each other like, we may not qualify for this World Baseball Classic. And it's like, okay, well, you know, you miss out on the World Baseball Classic. Okay, whatever, get them next time. No. It is a lot of funding that goes into the program and a lot of different things that jolt the energy to get kids involved and everything else. So there's so much at stake here for teams like Great Britain and France to recognize. And, you know, it's interesting, Bruce Bochy talking about, and I can relate to this too, just get more baseball fields.
Yeah.
You just don't see them in France. It's the same thing in Australia. You just don't see the baseball fields like you would, obviously, in the U.S.
3 balls and 2 strikes here on Deshaun Knowles, as Cannelone will deal ball 4, and it is back-to-back walks to start things here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, I think for Cannelone too, watching him pitch, watching him go about how he's attacking these hitters, when you start to see that second, third time through the lineup, as we see, I believe his name, what was that mascot's name?
I was going to wear that outfit today, so I'm glad I didn't.
I had it hung up here in the back. But as we're watching Cannelone, you see Bruce Bochy coming out to make a move, but Great Britain starting to wear him down. Maybe a change right here.
Yeah, it looks as though France will go to the bullpen for the first time today. So for Kevin Cannelone, his day comes to a close after 3+ innings of work. At least it appeared. Yeah, it's a little bit longer conversation there between Bruce Bochy and a guy who cuts a figurative but also literal large shadow. You can see him on the mound. He is just such an imposing presence, the 25-year big league manager, and Cannelone will depart over to that first base dugout. So France is headed to the bullpen for the first time, and we will see what this relief corps looks like for Bruce Bochy and his staff. And we will tell you about the new arm when we return. Top of the 4th, leadoff man on, and a 2-1 lead for Great Britain. Left-hander Esteban Priul is the next arm into the game for France. He led the French Division I League in saves as a teenager in 2016 and made his debut for the national team in the qualifiers for the 2017 World Baseball Classic, and he is back on a WBC mound and trying to get his team some good work out of the bullpen as the starting pitcher Kevin Cannellone departs after 3+ innings of work. And Priul will go to work against a lefty as the first man in to face him. It's Jaden Rudd. Leadoff walk for Alex Crosby. Deshaun Knowles followed with a walk of his own. So Knowles over at first now. Rudd hit by a pitch in the second inning. And Priul kicks and deals. Outside for ball 1.
And for Priul, a little bit more velo than we saw from Cannellone. He's got that big sweeping breaking ball as well. You see him throw down, or pretend to throw down to second base, just trying to see if that bunt's on. This is a situation, we've talked about this a lot, the bunt is going to be more of a factor to start manufacturing runs.
Down and in, 2 balls and no strikes. Ivan Acuna was calling for that pitch on the opposite side of the plate. But there's got to be some nerves here, you know, for Esteban Priul, a guy who has pitched in a lot of big games in his baseball life for not just the national team, but in the domestic league, the Division I League. He's pitched in the European Champions Cup. He's been on the mound for big moments, but few of them outside of the WBC qualifier have been on international television, and that's where he is right now at 3-0. Lefty kicks and comes home, and his 3-0 is there for a called strike.
+2, I mean, 25 years old. He's facing guys around his age, guys who are being signed, being drafted. So he's kind of sized himself up a little bit. Can he hang with some of the better players around his age group in the minor leagues?
Esteban, a member of that Rouen Huskies French championship squad this year. 3-1 is there for a called strike. That's a nice breaking ball to put the count full at 3-2.
Yeah, especially 3-1 as well. If you can land that pitch when you're behind in the count, good things happen.
You were going to wear that today. I was going to wear the Fox.
I wish. Man, I would love to wear that thing around. Was that a rooster? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Of course you know what that is. We saw the Legionnaire mascot in the back here too.
That thing is awesome and terrifying. 3-2 pitch is into the dirt. So 3 straight walks to lead off this inning for Great Britain. And the Brits now threatening to break this thing wide open here in the 4th. Yeah, the Legionnaires, the home team for this ballpark here in the German Bundesliga, and one of the most successful clubs and one of the biggest clubs in baseball in Germany. And we'll talk a lot more about German baseball tomorrow night when the host nation opens its World Baseball Classic Qualifier. Steve Janssen and his squad, we got a chance to talk with them a little bit yesterday at their team workout. But tonight, all about this moment right here is Kent Blackstone bats with the bases loaded and nobody out in the top of the 4th.
Kent Blackstone from Plano, Texas. A little different to Regensburg, Germany, that is for sure.
There for a called strike on the breaking ball. He is from Plano, Texas, but he was named after the English county of Kent to honor some of his family heritage. He played most recently professional ball in the Independent Atlantic League in 2021. He's also played in the Australian Baseball League for that league's New Zealand-based team, the Auckland Tuatara. One into the dirt. The walks will kill you, and for this France team, the margin for error is probably slimmer in game 1, I would say, than most of the other teams here, just because they are so much more untested at this level. You're walking on the high wire right now if you're Esteban Priul.
Yeah, it also digs into that pitch count for these guys. Also the depth as well.
Grounded off the mound, out to short, a chance at 2, and they got the 6-4 part accomplished, and then the 3 on the backside. It's a run-scoring double play as somehow Daniel Patrice was able to hold the bag at first to get that second out. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Alex Perdomo didn't just turn that on his own, and the flip at second seemed like it surprised Alfredo Angarita.
Well, this is that communication too. You mentioned it kind of surprised him a little bit, like, hey, hold on a minute, just go to the bag yourself. But you're trying to get used to each other as teammates. You're trying to get that feel, especially for middle infielders, trying to get a feel for each other. And you can see Bruce Bochy heading out to the mound, making another change.
Well, we had a feeling that we were going to see a lot of games like this with managers really relying on mixing in a lot of different arms. And for Bruce Bochy, if he can get his team out of this inning, having allowed just one, I think you feel really good about where you are right now if you're France, especially the way this France offense has looked through the first 3 innings at the plate. So France will go to the bullpen once more, and they will summon the second arm out of the pen in this inning. And we'll tell you more about him when we return. Great Britain adds a run out in front now, 3-1. Right-hander Matthias Lacombe is the next arm into the game for France as Bruce Bochy's squad tries to get through the top of the 4th inning and wriggle out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam with just 1 run across. But they're going to have to go through Anthony Seymour to get there. Seymour reached on an error and scored a run last inning on Harry Ford's 2-run homer. And he bats here with Deshaun Knowles aboard at 3rd. 1-run home here in the 4th. That 6-4-3 double play off the bat of Kent Blackstone plating that one and advancing Knowles to 3rd, but seeing Jaden Rudd retired at 2nd. No balls and a strike on Seymour. Pitch just off the plate outside to him. Seymour, a native of the Bahamas. We talked about Jazz Chisholm and some of the talent that has been coming out of the Bahamas in recent years. That's what makes him eligible to play for this GB squad here in the Classic. He spent 2014 to 2019 in the Miami Marlins organization. And a line this one left field and down for a base hit. It's an RBI single for Anthony Seymour, and Great Britain adding on. It's a 4-1 lead in the 4th.
And getting that sinker down and away, just going with that pitch, hitting that ball into left field. Good piece of hitting right there. That big double play turn by Team France. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where you're not going to have that big inning. Now the second run, that makes a 4-1 base hit right here.
And now you go back to the top of the order, and Harry Ford, who crushed a 2-run homer last inning to get his team into the lead. That rain that was coming down earlier has stopped, so it's a calm and clear night here in Regensburg. But it is chilly. We had temperatures in the mid-50s for the day game today. Fahrenheit, about 14 degrees Celsius. I got to convert for our Australian native on the broadcast.
Thank you.
Pitch just off the plate. Acuna looking back in behind Seymour over at first. How annoying was that, coming over and having to get adjusted? Especially, how old were you when you signed, 17?
12. No, I was 18 when I first came over, and yeah, a huge adjustment. A huge adjustment. We saw some of those South Africans today. A lot of them, played pro ball. Same situation, yeah. 17, 18, heading over to the U.S. But, yeah, it's a massive adjustment. A lot of these international players, great experience, obviously, but, man, it hits you. That is for sure.
1 ball and 1 strike on Harry Ford. And now the count in favor of Lacombe at 1-2.
And that's a good-looking swing too, Harry Ford. Obviously hitting the home run last at bat, but just short to the ball. Lets that thing get on him. Not jumping out on pitches.
Lacombe comes set. There's a long lead over at first from Seymour, and he's checked over there a couple of times. Ready again, 1-2 pitch, runner moving, and the throw to second by Acuna is going to be too late to get him. That throw was pretty good for Acuna, just dropping down to the knees to fire that seed to second, but Seymour's in with a stolen base.
Really good jump right there too. Lacombe slow to the plate. You could see him start to inch off, get that bigger lead. You knew he was going to go at some point. I think all he had to see was see how the move looked back to first base. Once he saw that move, he's like, yeah, you know what? I can decipher right now when you're going home, when you're going to the plate, and when you're coming to first base, and off he went.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone. Outfield is as deep as possible against Harry Ford. And that one off the glove of Acuna, but it's not going to get far enough away for Seymour to move up.
He crossed him up right here. You can see Acuna heading out to talk to him, making sure they got the signs down with the runner on second. No pitch comm in this World Baseball Classic. Yeah, you can see him setting up, looking for he's looking for a slider right here, and whoop, ball runs back out over the plate.
Also got a piece of our home plate umpire, John Byrne from Australia. 3 American umpires out there with John today. Tyler Jones at third base, Darius Ghani at second, and Sam Birch at first.
Burmy, how are you, mate? How's that Aussie accent? You like it?
That's pretty good. Pretty good. A little bogan in you.
Exactly.
You know, I think John Byrne, when I worked in the Australian Baseball League, the league's first season, I think John Byrne was an umpire down there at that point. That was 2010, 2011. And, you know, it's something that you don't start on a 3-2, 2-out situation. But the amount of people that you just come across again later on in your international baseball life is always pretty cool, as Harry Ford will take the walk.
Harry Ford showing us a lot already. And one of the things with the Seattle Mariners, one of their philosophies is about dominating the zone. And that not just obviously on the pitching side, but on the hitting side as well. They do a really good job at the big league level. Yeah, they're top 5 in Major League Baseball when it comes to plate discipline. And, for Harry Ford, a big part of him coming over here, you also have Brad Marcelino, who is the AAA hitting coach with the Seattle Mariners. And so I think it's a big advantage when you have one of your top coaches coming over with a young prospect, obviously keeping sure he's behaving himself a little bit, but also, too, you have that chance when you are away. You mentioned the 10 days where you miss those games, but you have a chance to keep that development going, especially on this kind of stage, too. So when you have that connection, it's massive.
Keno Perez, the pitching coach for Bruce Bochy's staff, out to visit Matthias Lacombe. Lacombe has pitched in junior college ball in the United States for Cochise College and played in the top-level French league in Toulouse. As Koperniak will take a strike there. Matthew Koperniak 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first, hit by a pitch in the third inning following Ford's homer. Harry Ford is staring down Anthony Seymour in front of him, and that's why. And a wild pitch that gets away from Ivan Acuna will move 2 men into scoring position.
I'll tell you what, Acuna's having some trouble back there when it comes to pass balls, wild pitches. We saw the pass ball early, that little ejecto mitt. See the cross up on the signs. Again, still trying to get a feel. Now, Acuna's from Venezuela. Lacombe's 20-year-old pitcher from France. Guarantee you this is the first time, unless it's been a bullpen situation, where they've been battery mates.
1-1. And off the wild pitch, that ball gets away. But Acuna able to look Knowles back to third. Check that, Seymour back to third. Alex Crosby, Deshaun Knowles, and Jaden Rudd got this inning started with 3 straight walks right out of the gate. The first 2 of those guys scored runs. Rudd was retired on a double play. But then since that, it's been single, walk, stolen base, a wild pitch. Count 2-2 with 2 gone as Lacombe tries to get France back into the dugout, down just 3. I'm going to need to figure out what I can barter to get one of those France hoodies.
They are cool.
They're fantastic.
I was just eyeing them off too. Nothing in the teams in the gift shop. Up the line up here in left field.
I gotta go back and really scour, figure out how much money I'm going to waste. 2-2 pitch. 3-2. In danger of the 5th walk of the inning for French pitching. Lacombe ready. 3-2. Lifted out of play into the Great Britain bullpen.
That's pretty characteristic, though, for a team like France who haven't played on this stage a whole lot, haven't played against this kind of caliber of players, haven't had these kind of umpires either a whole lot. You're going to see the command start to slip a little bit. You're going to see the walks start to pile up.
Matthias Lacombe, the right-hander from Libourne, short distance from Bordeaux, near the southwestern coast of France. Ready again for a 3-2. And a swing and a miss. He gets a big strikeout there of Matthew Koperniak, and that'll do it for Great Britain in the 4th. But the British add 2. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 4-1 GBR lead.
Number 49, and 40.
Vance Worley.
So, such a dickhead.
New arm into the game for Great Britain as we head into the bottom of the fourth inning is a face that is probably familiar to a lot of baseball fans. Vance Worley takes over on the hill, a guy who spent a lot of time in the major leagues, was on the Philadelphia Phillies' most recent postseason team, highly regarded prospect throughout his time making the climb, and now he's out here in the World Baseball Classic Qualifier.
This is good to see. 6'2", 240 pounds. The Vanimal, his nickname. Good to see him back in uniform pitching. He's had a kind of a crazy career. He's had, you know, a bunch of success, bunched it all together, then struggled a little bit. Yeah, he's been optioned down. I feel like he's been optioned down or injured or spent some time in AAA every single year of his big league career. But man, he has racked up some serious numbers in the big leagues.
So Worley will go to work against Jason Ruiz, the left fielder, Bastien Dagnot, the designated hitter, and Daniel Patrice, the first baseman, 6, 7, and 8 for France. And for this France team, you get out of that last inning down just 3, but Great Britain has put 2 on the board in the third and fourth. They're starting to build something and pull away a little bit. You'd like to cut into the lead here. Worley's second pitch is down. 2 balls and no strikes to Ruiz, who singled his last time up.
Yeah, Vance Worley can get back to that major league form that we saw for a lot of years with the Phillies, the Pirates, among other teams. Then I think, and if you're new to tournament style baseball or, you know, qualifying or the World Baseball Classic for that matter, this is classic strategy right here, where you have a guy start, you get a lead, and all of a sudden, those bulk innings in the middle of the game, you bring in someone like Vance Worley, and it's just shutdown time. What it does is keep him under that pitching threshold so you can use him again later on in the tournament. Use him on that last day. It's kind of like the opener. Yeah, the opener was kind of in fashion a couple years ago. Tampa Bay Rays brought it to light. Very similar to that.
Vance Worley most recently was a member of the New York Mets organization last year. Pitched in 16 games, made 15 starts for AAA Syracuse, 4-6 record and a 5.23 ERA. Has not pitched in the big league since 2017, but it gets a slow roller over to second, and it, man, for a moment, rolled up the arm of Kent Blackstone, who sticks with it to get Ruiz.
You see that heavy sinking fastball, that good tilt, what you're used to seeing in a Phillies uniform. That ball's just got some bowling ball action to it. Nothing you can do with that pitch but hit on the ground.
It's a great job by Kent Blackstone, who did not panic for a second when that ball kind of kicked off the glove. So here is Bastien Dagnot. Dagnot reached on a fielder's choice his last time up and then was retired as the final out of the second inning, trying to advance on a pitch in the dirt. Great job by Harry Ford to pop out and get him moving toward third. A swing, and that one might have broken the bat. Flare out to shallow center. 2 gone. Blackstone getting some work here in the fourth.
And that's exactly what you want to see from Vance Worley. We talk about he'll throw those kind of those middle innings. Man, you get through some 10-pitch innings, you're in good shape if you're Great Britain. No one getting loose in the bullpen, so it looks that way.
So with 2 gone and the base is empty, it brings up Daniel Patrice. Patrice actually plays his pro ball here in Germany for the Munich Hard Disciples. So a guy who's familiar to these fans here in Regensburg. Couldn't hold up on the check swing. Got a crowd of nearly 900 in the house here tonight, 897. Our official crowd this evening. This ballpark only holds about 3,200, and that's with standing room only. Man, what movement on that pitch from Vance Worley.
Yeah, good breaking ball. Circa Vance Worley 2012, 2013.
Yeah, his best year probably 2011, an 11-3 mark, a 3.01 ERA in 25 games for the Phillies. This is another broken bat and a roller out to second, and everything this inning goes the direction of Kent Blackstone, who makes 3 putouts and retires the side along with Vance Worley in order. We're headed to the 5th in Regensburg. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of World Baseball Classic Incorporated and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. We are headed to the top half of the 5th inning, a 4-1 lead for Great Britain. Leadoff man is Nick Ward. Got to look there in that last shot at a guy who I have quickly learned is a legend among these parts. Devin Ramirez, who works for the team here in Regensburg. He was the guy in the hat a moment ago facing the camera. And Devin, you can tell there's always one guy at every ballpark who you can tell, one man, one woman, oh, that's the person who everything goes through. Right. That's the person who gets the stuff done. And Devin is certainly one of those here. And I met him yesterday during the team workout day, and we got a chance to talk a little bit about his baseball life as a bouncing ball out towards second. Nice pick on the backhand by Angarita, but he's not going to have a play at first, so it's a leadoff infield single for Nick Ward, who finds himself on to kick off the 5th. But it's so much fun when you travel and see baseball around the world to just figure out people's stories and how they found themselves in places. You know, Devin's from Inglewood, California, and he's played baseball all over the world. He's headed Australian a little bit, I believe, to play in the ABL, the Australian Baseball League. He's played here in Germany, and it is just it's a game that's difficult to give up, you know?
Yeah, and it's when you're in a situation where you do go to a place like Germany, like Australia even, and baseball is not on the forefront when you're talking about big sports and live events and everything else, you do find your baseball community somewhere, and you just get attached to it.
Ariel Soriano able to get the out over there at first on Justin Wiley. That's a great job by Danielle Patrice, who reached out and snatched that thing just in front of Wiley's helmet. That's always kind of a frantic moment, I would think, for a first baseman. When you got a guy breathing down your neck coming up the baseline, and that throw is, I mean, look at that.
Yeah, and you can bail easy, too. I mean, Patrice is showing some serious defense out down there at first base. A couple picks, A couple big plays landing back on the bag to get that big out.
Yeah, he's got some really good defensive acumen. The Vierbon France product is the one we were telling you has played some of his pro ball here in the German Bundesliga. And with Alex Crosby at the plate, that ground out moved Nick Ward to second. Good thing about doubleheader days, when you get into the flow of a tournament early on like this, is knowing that tomorrow the Czech Republic and Germany are on tap. It's exciting, having seen all 4 of these teams today, to get a chance to compare them to the 2 teams that are top seeded tomorrow. Because, as this one bounced left side and foul, the seedings for this qualifier, based on the World Baseball Softball Confederation's rankings, to get, you know, obviously the host nation for the night game on Saturday is awesome, but that Czech Republic team is going to be really good. And we talked with members of that staff yesterday. They are really excited for the roster they've been able to assemble. And having seen all 4 of these teams today, I'm excited to see what those 2 teams look like tomorrow as potentially, not necessarily, because I think these teams are very well matched across the board, but potentially the 2 front runners.
Yeah, we got here yesterday, and I said yesterday, hey, who's your team? You know, after doing some research, and it is difficult. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. It is difficult. I mean, you know, when I work for the Mariners, I get a chance to do major league games, and you can prep a lot easier, obviously, because you get so much information, and you know these guys, you know their names, but it's a lot tougher to prep. And I asked you, I said, hey, who's the team? And you said Czech Republic.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And talking to their manager, I mean, they're a tight unit. They're a group that they all know each other. They've been to this stage a bunch. They know how the game's played here in Europe and who they're gonna face, and you know the way they do things. It was so much fun talking to him yesterday. How pumped up he was, and how high he was on his team as well.
You know what the Czech Republic national baseball structure has come to be over the last decade or so is maybe the most impressive in European baseball, because they're trying to do everything from the ground up. It's not just, all right, let's find the guys who are still sticking with baseball, the women who are still sticking with baseball by the time they're 18, 19, 20 years old, and we'll put a roster together. As a filthy breaking ball there. Busts past the bat of Alex Crosby. He's gone on strike. Second strikeout for Matthias Lacombe. But rather, for the Czech Republic, it's let's find these kids when they're 10, 11, 12, and let's bring them along. And that was fascinating to listen to from some of the guys on the Czech side yesterday, how long they've been playing together, and playing together for club teams back home, playing together in national team programs. We just saw a Czech team at the U15 Baseball World Cup. The amount of talent that is coming out there is really impressive, and they're doing it in a different way than a lot of other programs in Europe are doing it.
Yeah, they really are. And
swinging a drive to right. Mael Zahn racing back on this one, and it's off the wall. Around third and scoring easily is Nick Ward. Digging into second, Deshaun Knowles, the Angels prospect, has an RBI double. It's a 5-1 lead.
This time a breaking ball sitting on that pitch and crushing it. And I thought that ball was gone too. I looked up and I was like, whoa, I even grabbed you on the shoulder and said, hey, look at this. But staying in the ballpark, but man, there is some pop in the bats with this Great Britain team.
That might have been the first really well-struck ball in the air that we haven't seen get out.
Exactly.
I mean, to this point, you know, a couple years ago for the Premier 12 tournament, as we'll see Bruce Bochy make another move on the mound. In Guadalajara, that place is a launching pad. Everything in the air got out of that park. We'll talk more about it, and we'll tell you about the new French arm when we return. Montagny Cougars right-hander Robinson Maestri takes over on the pitcher's mound here in the top half of the 5th inning as Great Britain continues to build a fence on that outfield scoreboard. 2 runs in the 3rd, 2 runs in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. And a 5-1 lead with a man in scoring position and 2 gone here in the 5th inning as Maestri will try to get his team out of trouble and back into that first base dugout. His first pitch to the 7-hole hitting right fielder Jaden Rudd is away for ball 1. Rudd has been on twice today, but he doesn't have an at bat. He was hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning, walked in the 4th. Ground ball foul.
And Jaden Rudd, 7th round pick in the 2021 draft with the Toronto Blue Jays, was born Lakenheath, England. Grew up, went to high school in Lynn Haven, Florida. Yeah, it's interesting. And again, you talked about Bruce Bochy just spending a little bit of time, just a year old, and moved back to the U.S., born on an Army base. But, talking to Justin from the Spanish team today, Justin, I'm blanking on his last name.
Oh, you mean the hero
right
of game number 1 today, yeah, Justin Connell.
Justin Connell. I apologize, Justin Connell. I said to him, I said, hey, look,
I was zoned out thinking about something.
I asked him, in the post game, I said to him, I said, listen, how long were you? I know you were born in
right.
Barcelona, but how long? Assuming it was a year or he doesn't remember. Oh, 9 years.
9 years.
I was there, my brother speaks fluent Spanish. It was impressive.
Incredible Spanish. I said, how good is your Spanish? He immediately switched into Spanish. And he also said after the homer, it felt good to be celebrating with his hombres in the dugout.
That's right.
Ground out will end things here in the 4th. And we will send this one, or in the 5th rather, we'll send this one to the bottom half. It's a lead growing for Great Britain, 5-1. Well, back in the early part of the 1900s, Al Spalding insisted that France be included, it's actually the late 1800s, that France be included on his global tour to promote the game of baseball, and it was. And 30 years or so later, the French Baseball Softball Federation was formed. That same year, the New York Giants and the Chicago White Sox played an exhibition game in Paris, and French baseball has come along maybe a little bit more slowly than other European countries ever since. But as you see inside that first base dugout, take a look at France's manager, the native French-born Bruce Bochy. We mentioned earlier, French baseball is kind of having a moment right now. They've got a very talented team here in the World Baseball Classic Qualifier. They had a squad at the U15 Baseball World Cup just a couple of weeks ago in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. And they also will put a team into next year's Women's Baseball World Cup. The French team won the European Championship, the qualifier, back in 2019 for what was scheduled to be the 2020 Women's Baseball World Cup. Of course, didn't get to play it. That tournament was pushed back to 2021. It was later canceled in that edition, so it'll be rescheduled now coming up next year. But French women's baseball, very good as well. And it's something that we talked to Bruce Bochy about yesterday. Do your guys get the sense that this is kind of a moment where there's some momentum behind the national team program? And he said, yeah, I think they do. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're so excited to be here, because of what it can showcase to people who are starting to get into baseball in France.
Yeah, and the minute you get to a place like the World Baseball Classic and you are up against superstars, all of a sudden that draws so much attention. But I got to say, you know, some of these countries like France and, you know, Great Britain, Germany, some of these European countries especially, when you're up against that behemoth sport of soccer, or right, some call it football, man, when you're talking about youth participation, it is so tough. We all know how big of a deal soccer is in the U.S. when it comes to participation, but when you constantly see your favorite team in front of you on the TV, and you see your favorite players, you go on YouTube, you follow them, you follow Mike Trout, whoever it may be, it's a little easier to start pulling those players in, obviously, in the U.S. Man, not the case in countries like France.
New arm into the game for Great Britain, issues a 4-pitch walk right out of the gate. It's the right-hander, Gunnar Groen.
Big 6'6", can pump it up in the upper 90s.
Member of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization.
Has a huge strikeout rate this year, 30% strikeout rate.
Lead-off walk.
I guarantee for this French team, we talk about playing on at a higher level. I guarantee you, rarely, if ever, you have seen 96s, 97s when it comes to facing fastballs.
Gunnar Groen, 34 strikeouts in 24 innings this season for the rookie-level Arizona Complex League Diamondbacks. But he also got hit a little bit. 17 runs allowed, 15 of them earned in 24 innings. So 5.63 ERA. 25 years old. He's a Pepperdine product.
And you can already see, too, the command issues.
Hey, you like that Modesto Nuts shell?
How about that?
That Harry Ford's got on. That was his team for part of the year this year. That's pretty cool. I always love those little carryover things, the sort of comfort things. It was, I shouldn't say for part of the year this year. That was his team for the entire minor league season, but now that he's over here, obviously, finishing his baseball year with this Great Britain national team. Alexander Perdomo, the batter, back at the top of the order. Perdomo singled to left field with 1 out in the third.
It's interesting seeing Harry Ford, too, his setup. I mean, we see catchers drop to one knee. That's, you know, kind of in vogue now when it comes to catching and framing and getting down and getting in a good position to really frame that ball well. And it's a comfort thing. And, you know, everyone says it's potentially easier to block balls, everything else. But Harry Ford's set up very staggered where that front knee is in front. I haven't seen that really ever. It's not even the camera angle either. It's exaggerated.
That's 8 pitches all out of the strike zone for Gunnar Groen. So a visit to the pitcher's mound from Zach Graveser, the pitching coach for Great Britain. Vance Worley, 1 clean inning, retired the side in order on a couple of ground outs to second and a pop out that way.
Yeah, one way to get out of the complex league you're talking about, that's where you go. And for those of you listening from other countries, in the minor league system, that first year you play, you know, it's called rookie ball, but it's all the complexes. So obviously for the Seattle Mariners, the Peoria Sports Complex, you know, Salt River Fields for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's where you go and you play on those, you know, essentially those backfields, if you want to call it, or you play on the main field there. But yeah, obviously that first big goal is to jump out of that level and into A-ball and you know, thereafter. But Yeah, a big thing for a big gunner growing. He's got that big fastball, but you've got to be able to throw strikes.
Alfredo Angarita now, the second baseman. First pitch on the way to him is there for a strike. Yeah, that Harry Ford setup now is going to be the thing that I'm checking out over these next few pitches. It's interesting with Harry Ford. You mentioned earlier that his build doesn't necessarily look like a catcher's build, and in the comparison game for scouting is always really difficult. And I know guys who are scouts or in the scouting business who really just hate player comps, quote unquote. But one thing that's pointed out in his MLB Pipeline scouting bio is that he gets a lot of Craig Biggio comps.
Wow.
Which, you know, that's not what you would expect for a catcher who's got the profile of somebody like Harry Ford.
Wasn't Craig Biggio a catcher initially?
Yeah. He was. So it gives you an idea of what that athleticism is like.
Yeah, and that's a great comp. I mean, obviously Craig Biggio hasn't played for a while, but man, you're getting comped to a guy like that. Thank you.
And how about this comp as well? Edgar Martinez, which is what a lot of Seattle personnel thought of Harry Ford when they saw him.
Yeah, that's a big one, especially in Mariners country, put it that way.
In terms of his approach, especially, as the 1-2 is strike 3 there on the swing from Angarita. And that may even be a higher compliment than just, well, you can hit like Edgar Martinez. If you can have an approach of somebody like Edgar Martinez, the maturity of that, for a 19-year-old player, that's incredible. That is the first strikeout of the day today for Great Britain's pitching staff.
Yeah, gonna grow. And you see him, Harry Ford took a walk out to the mound. He probably talked to him. And sometimes you get a plan B, and that was the breaking ball. You see him start the hitter off with a breaking ball. It just kind of gets you back in rhythm mechanically a little bit. You see another one again. So it's more of a comfort thing. Obviously that fastball, yeah, it's 96, 97, but if it's a situation where you are feeling more comfortable to throw strikes with that breaking ball, you'll see more of them.
So here's Ariel Soriano now. 0 for 2, ground out to third base to end the first inning, and a fly out to right field in the third. 1-0 from Groen. 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, 8 pitches to walk the first 2 batters he faced, and then the strikeout of Angarita.
Big opportunity right here for France. If you can wait this out, they've got action in the bullpen down for Great Britain, down the left field line. But
left-hander throwing down there.
Yeah, but if you can take advantage of this, a kid going to grow, and young kid who's not finding the strike zone at all, you just got to wait this out.
3 balls and no strikes.
We talk about it too. When you were in the regular season, back during the summer, for playing your minor league baseball, look, a night like this, hey, so what? But man, in tournament-style games like this, where you're not used to it, this could be the difference if you qualify and go on, or if you're going home.
You get Soriano on here, you bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Ivan Acuna, who belted a homer earlier in this game, and that one is there for strike 1. Acuna crushed a leadoff homer to right center to open the second inning, and that gave France its only lead of this game at 1-0. Great Britain rallied for 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, but France now threatening here in the bottom of 5. 3-1 left side, that's through for a base hit. Rounding third, Himenian. He'll get the wave, but he slips and falls. And with the throw now getting away, he will come to the plate and score.
And that's a huge at-bat. I was talking about waiting it out. But look, when you're a 3-1 count, you know you're going to get that breaking ball out over the plate. Get after it. Man, you see slipping around third base right there. Look at Bruce Bochy, man. He's been here before, right? He's playing that even keel. You're going to see a pitching change right here for Great Britain.
Zero panic in that first base dugout. And, for Himenian, that's got to feel pretty great. You missed the opportunity to score, but then you get it back on the error. It'll be a single for Ariel Soriano, an error charge to the left fielder, Deshaun Knowles. No RBI, but that doesn't matter for France. They've got to run home, and Great Britain is headed to the bullpen here in the 5th. 5-2, and France continues to threaten with 2 in scoring position. into the game for Great Britain as we move along here in the bottom of the 5th inning is a guy with one of the most interesting stories among players in this World Baseball Classic qualifier, and that is the left-handed pitcher Cameron Opp, who takes over on the mound in a tough spot, 2nd and 3rd, with just 1 out in this inning, and France trailing by 3. So the tying run at the plate in the person of Ivan Acuna, the catcher who had the leadoff homer back in the 2nd inning. Cameron Opp, member of the New York Mets organization, who has pitched at 2 levels this year with High A Brooklyn and with Double A Binghamton, and is a product of the United States Military Academy, but lived in the UK, went to high school at Christ School in the United Kingdom, along with going to Capistrano Valley High School in Mission Viejo, California. He was born and now lives in my hometown of Denver, Colorado, so I had to get that in there as well. But he also is part of the U.S. Army World Class Athlete Program and was in the Air Aviation branch while in college at the United States Military Academy at West Point. And he can start and relieve. He can do a lot of stuff out of the bullpen. So a very dynamic left-hander who comes in a big spot right here with 1 out and 2 on. First pitch there for a strike to Ivan Acuna.
Now, I tell you what, the amount of storylines coming out of these qualifiers. I mean, even this, right? Now, you look at all these affiliated players and you assume that they go off to these D1s or, you know, wherever, they get drafted, and there they are in Pro Bowl. But then you hear a story like that and kind of a timeline like that. Unbelievable.
Cam Opp, this season combined 20 appearances between High A and Double A, 5.73 ERA in those 20 games. His hometown was listed on his Army West Point player bio page as London. He was an All-Patriot League second team selection in 2018. Made the academic All-Patriot League twice, 2017 and 2018. And he's got previous experience with the British national team. And he goes to work here on 0-2. Ground ball out towards short. This will get a run home as France will cut into that lead. Nick Ward able to get the out at first. But France 1 closer. It's a 5-3 game now with 2 home here in the bottom of the 5th.
And all of a sudden, France inching away, taking advantage of Big Gunner and the command problems. But, man, these have been, I'll tell you what, these games have been intense. 5th inning right now, it's a 2-run gap for Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, we have really been treated to 2 terrific games to kick off this qualifier. A 5-4 win for Spain over South Africa in a game that went down to the wire in the afternoon contest here today. And now in the night game, France with the early lead. Great Britain roaring back, taking a 5-1 advantage. And now France chipping away. And still a run out there. Miles Zahn. 1-0 fouled away. Miles Zahn's got an interesting story as well. He's from Poitiers, but he plays collegiate baseball at Campbellsville University in Kentucky, which is a really small school, an NAIA school. One of the handful of French players playing collegiately on this roster, and that plunks him on the left leg. So Zahn is aboard now. And that'll bring up Jason Ruiz, first and second, the tying run on base for France here in the bottom of the 5th.
You see the command issues biting both of these teams. You know, the French team, 5 walks. Now all of a sudden Great Britain running into the same issues.
Cam Opp, command this year has been a bit of an issue for him. He's walked 26 batters while striking out 29 and 37 2/3 between Brooklyn and Binghamton. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 gone. Jason Ruiz, a single back in the 2nd inning, a ground out to lead off the 4th. That's in, 2-0. Bastien Tagnot in the on-deck circle if it gets to him. Somebody gave us the quote yesterday, nobody in the world can ever have enough pitching.
Right.
And, you know, in reference not just to the international game, but every baseball team on the planet. And I thought that was very apt because, especially as we talked about with the pitch limits and the thresholds that you can hit or cannot hit in this tournament, you run into jams. You know, these staffs are big enough that you'll be able to get through them, but, man, is it difficult to manage these games.
Yeah, and the depth issue as well. It's a situation where, first of all, you don't quite know what you're going to get from the guys who are, you know, on the front end of that bullpen, the guys who are, you know, you're not going to use a whole lot. You know who your 2 or 3 guys are out of the pen when you get that lead, but, man, when you have to start digging into that depth, when you're a country like France, South Africa we saw today, you know, essentially Germany we're going to see tomorrow. You don't quite know what you're going to get. So it's so important. You've got to throw strikes, and you're really going to manage that pitch count the best you can.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Ruiz. Soriano away from second base, Zahn from first. 2-2, swing and a miss. And Cam Opp able to bounce back and get the strikeout, and that'll do it for France in the 5th. But the home team brings home 1 and cuts into the lead. We're headed to the 6th in Regensburg. Back in Regensburg, here is what we've got coming up for you over the next couple of weeks on the international baseball calendar. 2 pools in World Baseball Classic qualifying play. We are in Group A here from September 16th to the 21st at Armin Wolf Arena. Germany, the Czech Republic, those 2 teams will play their first games tomorrow. Spain, France, Great Britain, and South Africa all into the pool today. Coming up from September 30th to October 5th, 6 more teams in Pool B. We'll be on the call for those as well, alongside Ryan Rowland-Smith. My name is Tyler Maughan. Excited to get to Panama coming up late this month and on into early October. Check out the newly renovated digs at Estadio Rod Carew. And we head into the top of the 6th inning here in Regensburg. And France with 2 on the board in the bottom of 5. More than making a game of it here. A 2-run lead for Great Britain as Kent Blackstone will lead things off against Robinson Maestri in the top of the 6th. First pitch swinging, fouls one back. It's 0-1.
Yeah, you had that feeling Great Britain were going to run away with it. You know, some of these young players, some of these young professional players. But I got to say, this French team, there's some tough outs in that lineup.
Let me ask you this question. I never had any professional playing experience, and it's one of those things that you think as somebody who is just an observer of the game, you think, is there too much importance placed on something like this? Bruce Bochy's in that dugout. for this France roster full of a lot of guys who have never played pro ball or had limited experience, are still pretty young, have not been in many atmospheres like this, how much does that help or is an equalizer when it seems like maybe the game's starting to spin away from you and you look down and you've got a 25-year big league managerial veteran with 3 World Series rings who is standing there with a composure of, I'm not worried about this.
You know, I mean, there's a few ways to look at this. Now, I've been on teams like, you know, obviously if you can't tell already, I'm Australian. But, yeah, playing for Team Australia, playing for Team Australia, we've always gone into these tournament styles, like whether it's WBC or the Olympics or whatever it may be, and you go in kind of like the underdog. It's inherent, right? It's a situation you go in where you're up against competition that is, you know, essentially better than you. And I've had situations where I've had John Diebel, my manager, I've had Dave Nielsen as a manager as well. And both those guys, what you just said then, having that presence where you look down the end of the dugout when it's the 4th, 5th, 6th inning like it is right now, and you're down a couple runs, if they have that composure and that feeling like, hey, we're good, it's just this complete, you know, it's contagious. It runs through the dugout, and you really, really feel that presence. You really do. If you start hearing your manager start freaking out and blowing up at the umpire and pacing, man, you're going to get that. You're going to tighten up and think, man, we haven't got a chance because we're down a couple of runs. But it's a great point, and it's something that, you know, again, Bruce Bochy, yes, we all know about his history, but just having that calming effect. He's been there before. When he makes those changes, talks to you down the end of the dugout, man, it makes a huge difference.
One of the things he mentioned to us yesterday is just how hungry this team is to learn. As Kent Blackstone gone on the strikeout, it brings up Anthony Seymour, and how, you know, they did camps, clinics with youth players in France prior to the start of camp for this Team France group. And he said with the coaches that were there, they were just as excited to learn as the young players who were there. Ground ball over to second. Angarita has an easy play. 2 gone. And the fact that everybody wants to learn, and he said, like, we would give them some instruction, and we could see that the coaches would immediately go Google it, and they would look up, watch videos, watch the way it is in a big league game, watch how our instruction would work, and how hungry they are to be sponges in these types of atmospheres. And I feel like for that team, that translates in something like that, too, that's more intangible. That even if you're not learning, all right, here's what I need to do in this actual baseball situation, if you see that presence and that attitude and that confidence, yeah, like you said, that's the contagious thing that in that dugout, then, all right, everybody breathe, we're still okay.
Yeah, there's that. And there's also a couple other, you know, separators, too. We always found this, you know, playing on the Australian teams, velocity. That's always the biggest separator for whatever reason. So in Australia, like the one thing, you know, growing up and being a part of that Team Australia for a long time.
Grounded over to third and under the glove of Soriano down the left field line. Around first, digging for second. Harry Ford looking for extra bases, and he's in there, sliding ahead of the throw from Jason Ruiz. What a throw, and a good tag by Angarita as well.
This is just a good-looking swing. You see him pulling the ball again down the left field line. Getting enough of that ex velo to get by the third baseman. But on top of this, too, and I've said this a few times, look at the speed and the athleticism. Again, I'm not knocking catchers whatsoever, but they're not known for their speed. They're turtles on the bases. Man, Harry Ford has got something extra. I love that comparison you mentioned, too, Craig Biggio. There's a chance, and I don't want to say this, obviously, might get frowned upon from some of the Mariners front office people, but could you see him slide out of, you know, the catching position?
He has the athleticism to play anywhere.
For sure.
You know, and that's the thing that really stands out about him when you see him is you don't often, I mean, he's a catcher leading off. Like, you don't see that in the first place. And to know what he is able to do and how he controls his body, how he moves, the speed that he's got. Like I said, his speed is his top-ranked tool, his top-graded tool, along with he's actually a little bit ahead of the arm and hit tools. He's got a 60-grade run tool. There are not a whole lot of 60-grade running catchers out there.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. We, you know, got a chance to see Adam Jones here, and
Sky to the left. This one's falling, and it's going to get down in front of Ruiz, and rounding third, Ford will score. Jason Ruiz did not see that very well off the bat. He started back, and then had a long run in, and it drops as a bloop single for Matthew Koperniak, who races into second, and that will bring Ford home to reinstate a 3-run lead for Great Britain.
Man, just like that, 2 outs, thinking to yourself, you're going to get back in the dugout, get a chance to swing the bats. Harry Ford comes up, hits the double, and then Koperniak just kind of parachutes one into left field. All of a sudden, 6-3.
That came off the bat, and I'm thinking, wow, we're through this half inning. That looked like an easy, lazy fly ball, and instead turns into an RBI knock for Koperniak, who posts up at second now in scoring position to try to get this lead back to 4.
Yeah, just back to Harry Ford and talking about the positioning. So, Adam Jones has been here all day long. We're going to get a chance to talk to him tomorrow. He's going to join us in the booth, which I'm excited
Can't
about.
wait for that.
But he came up in the Mariners system, and he was a shortstop.
Right.
And all of a sudden, there was talks about him switching and going to center field. Now, he didn't switch until he got to the big leagues, essentially, right? He was right before he became a established superstar in the big leagues. And it was like, hold on, you can't take him out of that shortstop position. Well, guess what? You move him to center field, and look at the career he's had.
He's a premier player at that position. That type of athleticism and the ability to adapt to changes like that baffles me.
Right.
I'll never forget talking with a young player early on in his professional career, a guy we both know really well, Matt Kennelly, a longtime Team Australia representative, and Matty was on a couple of teams that I worked with in the minor leagues, and I remember him telling me the story when he was a young player. When he got signed by Atlanta, he was an infielder forever, and he showed up to his first spring training, walked into the minor league clubhouse, and there was catcher's gear in his locker, and they said, yeah, you're a catcher now. Never caught before.
Yeah, right.
And he turned himself into a legit prospect,
Yeah.
and being able, especially making that switch to go behind the plate, and the things you have, the wealth of knowledge you have to be able to accumulate is mind-boggling to me. But guys who can handle those position changes are fascinating. 2-1 on Nick Ward. Grounder right side, and that will do it for Great Britain here in the 6th. But a run home, and Great Britain keeping France at arm's length. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th in a 6-3 game. The World Baseball Classic qualifying round starts September 16th. That's today. And you can catch all 12 countries competing for free. Catch all the action live from Germany and Panama on worldbaseballclassic.com and by following at WBC Baseball on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Headed into the bottom half of the 6th inning. This has been a good one tonight. A 6-3 lead for Great Britain over France. Tyler Maughan, Ryan Rowland-Smith. We had a classic in the first game today, a 5-4 win for Spain, holding off South Africa late. And tonight, France hoping to do what South Africa was unable to complete in the cliff, and that's where South Africa is after game one, and they played so well.
And I've been a part of this too, coming from Australia, where it's a situation where, hey, we played so well, guys, it came down to that one pitch, we were 1 out away, et cetera, et cetera. But then look, the difference is in that 1 out is you eventually go on to the World Baseball Classic, you get that funding, you get all of a sudden you're back on the map as an organization, everything else. So that's why some of these outs and these plays are so crucial. And again, you'll lose sleep. On the flip side, for Team Spain, it got hairy there in that 9th inning.
Grounder back up the middle, off the glove of Up, and the throw to first is not going to be in time to get Daniel Patrice. Man, Daniel Patrice has been a fun player to watch today. He's got a couple of base hits, single to left center in the 2nd inning. He's got a single here. But he's shown some real aptitude over at first. And you can kind of tell, too, the guys who teams sort of look to or rally behind on the field, he has the look and the feel of he's kind of the general out there for France.
For sure, and he's very vocal, too. You can see him down talking to the first baseman or the base runners at first base, like he knows everyone. But, yeah, for sure.
So here's Leo Jiminian. Leo, born in France, he's played collegiate baseball in the United States, and he'll break his bat and shoot this one out to short. An easy 6-3 double play turned by Nick Ward. Alex Crosby on the receiving end, and that will wrap things up for France here in the 6th. The 1-out single goes nowhere. We're headed to the 7th. Great Britain in control, 6-3. Well, I posed this question to Ryan earlier in the broadcast today. If you were to guess who won the first Baseball World Cup in history, you probably wouldn't guess Great Britain. But that's the case. 1890, they've been playing pro ball in Britain off and on since then. The White Sox and Giants doing demonstration games of baseball played in front of King George in 1914. British Baseball Federation dates back to 1987, and GB Baseball has participated in the qualifying round in now each of the last 3 World Baseball Classics. There you see Drew Spencer, the manager who took over from longtime GB Baseball manager Liam Carroll, who I believe is either in the house in Regensburg or will be soon. And Drew Spencer, yesterday when we were talking with him, he credited Liam Carroll a lot with being able to assemble so much of the foundation of this roster. This, much like the France side, was a team that was really hyped to be included in the 2020 qualifier in Tucson, Arizona, which did not take place due to the onset in the United States of the COVID-19 pandemic. But for Great Britain, there is surprisingly a lot of baseball history and, references in old British books that refer to baseball all the way back in the mid-1700s and rounders as well.
I was going to say, if you dare say rounders. Now, I told you a story early on about rounders in baseball. I may as well tell it on the air. So, all right, first of all, let's get to the pitcher first of all.
New arm into the game for France is KV Rojas, the right-hander, 6'1", 210.
So, Tyler, I was telling you early today, my sister, who lived in the UK for a long time, and then she lived in Hong Kong, my brother-in-law is British. So at her wedding, naturally, you have a lot of Aussies, a lot of Brits, and a lot of these Brits are coming up to me, and I'll be honest with you, I was getting sick of it. And I told you, and I said, they kept coming and saying, oh, you're the baseballer, aren't you? Like, I can't do an English accent to save my life. And I said, yeah, I play baseball. And they said, oh, yeah, rounders. I love playing rounders at school. Did you ever play rounders? I'm like, no, I didn't.
I honestly, until this conversation this afternoon, I didn't know that rounders was like still a thing that I thought it was like a forerunner to something else currently.
No, neither did I. But apparently rounders is a big deal. And but yeah.
They didn't let you forget that they were the ones who came up.
I was waiting for you to reference rounders at some point and just stare a hole through me as you say it.
It is interesting because, you know, it's true. There are references to baseball or games of base in British books dating back to the 1700s. Jane Austen mentions baseball in a novel, but what we assume those things refer to are not the modern game of baseball. It's not what we understand as baseball now, which was, of course, yes, maybe the kind of foundational stones of it were laid in those bat and ball sports overseas, but baseball as we know it today evolved in the U.S. It was not, you know, Abner Doubleday coming home from the Civil War and piecing it together and writing out the rules under the shade of a cottonwood tree at the lake in Cooperstown. That's not actually how it happened. But it is fascinating to trace kind of the lineage of certain sports, and you know, it's much the way animals evolve. If you see animals that trace a common ancestor back to a certain place, well, why on one continent are they like this, and on another continent they're bigger, and the fur is a different color, and whatever. You know, cricket went one way, baseball went another way. It's interesting. As the new arm into the game for France, KV Rojas issues a walk to the leadoff man, Justin Wiley.
And the walks and the command for both teams have been a real factor here. That's why you see 6-3 right now. Obviously some big hits, but a lot of base runners.
So that brings up Alex Crosby. Big Rounders guy, Ryan Roland Smith. You can hit him up with your Rounders tweets at -18. First pitch on the way, grounded off the mound and up the middle into center field. Alex Crosby's got a base hit. It's first and second. First two men aboard in the top of the seventh for Great Britain. I feel like we have seen 5 or 6 ground balls off the mound today. That thing may have skipped just in front of the mound, but we've seen a lot that's gotten kind of redirected going back through the middle.
Yeah, speaking of Adam Jones, who's been here all day, I noticed him talking to the South African team. I said, hey, what were you talking to those guys about? He said, hey, look, you're 0 for 3 or you're struggling, you're timing, go back up the middle. Go back up the middle. And we saw that a lot. Like you said, there's been a lot of balls hit back up the middle. It's one of those readjustments you hear big league hitters talk about all the time. When I stay up the middle, that's when I feel like I can get my timing back.
So here's Deshaun Knowles, who's been aboard twice today. A walk and a run scored in the 4th inning, an RBI double in the 5th. Angels prospect. Born in New Providence in the Bahamas. He was signed by the Angels in the 2017-2018 international signing period. Made his stateside debut in 2018. And he's kind of fallen off in terms of his prospect grading. He was a top 10 organizational prospect in 2020 and 2021. Now, there was no minor league season in 2020, which really threw off development for a lot of players.
Yeah.
2021, a little bit of a slower season. He's not ranked in the Angel system anymore. But still a guy with a lot of potential and just 21 years old. And again, I mean, these are very valuable experiences for players who are at pivotal developmental stages of their careers. Hitters count moves to 3-0 now.
Yeah, so much can happen throughout your minor league career. I mean, yeah, for me to get to the big leagues, it took me 6.5 years. I signed out of high school, and there was some ups and downs, man. I was a prospect at one point, then I wasn't, and then, you know, I went off to play for Australia. That boosted my confidence. You know, got a chance to play in the Olympics. Became a Major League Rule 5 out of the Olympics. So all these experiences, like you said, for these guys, especially for Deshaun Knowles, you take them back and it can always help you out. Getting around different guys, getting around different hitting coach, for example, or whatever it may be. But man, the minor league journey is a tough one, that is for sure.
We're going to visit the mound here from Bruce Bochy. This is going to be another pitching change for France. And 3 times today, pitching changes have happened for France after the plate appearance or at bat of Deshaun Knowles. So he's been kind of a linchpin in that lineup for France, as Great Britain has loaded the bases on 2 walks and a hit with nobody out to open the top of the 7th inning. And with Jaden Rudd getting set to step into the batter's box, he'll face a new arm. We'll tell you about him when we return. Quentin Moulin is the latest arm into the game out of Bruce Bochy's bullpen for France. He's the 5th reliever that we have seen today, and he inherits one heck of a rough spot. Bases loaded, nobody out, single walk for Great Britain to start things here in the 7th as the world's number 23 ranked national team tries to break this game open here in Regensburg. Infield drawn in for France, a 6-3 lead for Great Britain. Trying to add on, they plated all of their runs beginning in the 3rd. 2 in that inning, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and threatening big time here in the 7th.
And we talked about the command being an issue. Nowhere to put Jordan Rudd in this situation. He'll come out throwing strikes.
Moulin ready. His 0-1 is there on the outside corner. That's a tough arm angle.
There's that low 3/4.
He is from Vernon and another member of the Rouen Huskies. Won the national championship in France this year. Here's the 0-2 on the way. Right side and through for a base hit. It'll score Wiley easily. Crosby's around 3rd. He will score as well. A 2-run single for Jaden Rudd, and Great Britain pulling away now. It's an 8-3 lead in the 7th.
And that came with 2 strikes as well. All of a sudden you have a chance to expand the strike zone. You knew you had to throw strikes, but once you get ahead, get out of the zone, Jared Rudd able to stay with that pitch, get it through and break this game wide open.
So for Rudd, his first hit of the day, drives home a pair. Also pushes Deshaun Knowles into scoring position at second base. And still nobody out in this inning. Big wave and miss from Kent Blackstone. Blackstone 0 for 3, grounded into a double play in the 4th. But that did bring home a run. First of 2 scored in that inning for Great Britain as it started to add to its lead. A 1 there on the outside corner.
Well, he's got the strike throwing part down, that is for sure. It's just about executing. You know, you get 0-2, all of a sudden get out of the zone. That big breaking ball of his, get that below that strike zone, bury something, get you capture Acuna, excuse me, drop into those knees to block this pitch.
Here comes the 0-2 now from Milan, and it's grounded off of his leg, and that's going to squirt through the right side. Rounding third, Knowles will score. What a tough break. Now the throw into third is not going to be in time to get Jaden Rudd. Another one across for Great Britain and a 6-run lead in the 7th. That's exactly what you want. I mean, to get a ground ball, and really 2 through the right side, or 2 in the inning, 1 goes through the right side, 1 right back to the mound. Milan is doing his job in some form, but not catching the breaks.
Yeah, you know, if you're going to give up contact with 2 strikes, that's the right place to have it on the ground, but just bouncing off that leg. But just to my point a little bit, it's a situation where when you're a young pitcher, again, it's not like he's trying to give up that kind of contact. You are trying to go for that swing and miss, but you're just trying to do too much. Stay on top of that pitch, bury that bad boy, 56-footer.
Had an equipment issue over there at third for Jaden Rudd, or he may have just wanted to shake out those glorious locks. It's a very impressive head of hair for the Blue Jays prospect over at third. It's now runners at the corners for Anthony Seymour, who's been on twice in 3 trips to the plate. And a line drive to left center. That's down. It'll bring home another run. Cutting the bag at second, digging for third is Blackstone. In behind him at second base, Seymour. And it's second and third, still nobody out. And Great Britain piling on here in the top of the 7th.
And the floodgates are officially open for this Great Britain team against France. France were hanging there, a run or 2 away. But look at this, good piece of hitting right here, hitting that ball. Anthony Seymour into left center field. Second time he's done that tonight.
Something to keep in mind, and it's still a little ways away, but there is a 10-run mercy rule after 7 innings. And I know it's only a 7-run lead right now, but you've got the potential 10th run of this lead at the plate. And nobody out in this inning. And, oh, by the way, it happens to be a top 100 prospect in baseball, and Harry Ford has already got a home run and a double tonight. France would get to bat in the bottom of this inning, even if Great Britain does take a 10-run lead, as Harry tried to hold up there and bounces that one foul.
Yeah, but it's significant too. It's not about, oh, hey, look, we mercy ruled them great. No, no, no. You get to save your pitching. Number one, you get to obviously recover a little bit easier, playing a shorter game. And not only that, you kind of have that, you know, walking around with your head held high, the fact you just mercy ruled a team going into your next game.
A 1 into the dirt.
Now that's that breaking ball I was talking about, burying that pitch a couple hitters ago.
That's the pitch you wanted on 2 strikes. Here's the 1-1 on the way from Milan. 2 balls and a strike. This inning has gone walk, single, single. 4 runs home, 2 men on, nobody out. And man, for Milan to be in a spot where you're facing an organization's top prospect, this is a tough one right here, 3-1.
If he gets a pitch to hit right here, he's going to absolutely crush this ball. It's going to be a fastball, something out over the plate if he throws a strike. Harry Ford is salivating right now, knowing he's going to get that pitch to hit.
Okay, good on line drive.
Here's a 3-1 to Ford. And that's there for strike 2.
Same approach right here. Got to be aggressive. You're up by 7. Get after it. Something close.
Harry wants an extra moment to think this over. They got him played straight away all around in the outfield, but deep. Infielders about even with the bag. Here's a 3-2, and that is the 3rd walk of the inning and the 7th base runner of the inning. Well, here is the mercy rule. A 15-plus run lead through the 5th inning or a 10-run lead through the 7th inning will result in the early completion of a game. Now, the team trailing in those situations must have batted at least 5 or 7 times. So that's what it means. If you are the home team and you're losing, as in this circumstance, you're still going to come to the plate. You're still going to get the chance to rally in the bottom of an inning. But 15 after 5, 10 after 7. And, man, I mean, this game did not look like it was going to trend this way. This was a 5-3 game at the end of the 5th inning, and Great Britain just busting this thing open here in the 7th as we will see this 3rd French arm of the day, or of the inning, I should say, with Bruce Bochy out to the mound to go to the pen once more and try to stem the tide of this stellar British offensive inning here in the top half of the 7th. So one more arm into the game for France. We'll tell you a little bit more about him when we return. 10-3 Great Britain, and still threatening here in the 7th. Latest arm into the game for France is the right-handed reliever Jose Paula, who hails from Fort-de-France in France, plays collegiate ball with Milligan University, another NAIA school, and gets the chance on the hill to try to at least get some outs up there. Paula taking on the task of slowing down a British offense that has put up 4 singles in the frame, in addition to a couple of walks.
Yeah, broken this game wide open, the Great Britain team. Again, another tough assignment. You're coming in loaded bases, none out. have to throw strikes. You're teetering on mercy rule situation. Great Britain go up by 10 right here.
First pitch is outside. A ball and no strikes.
And that runner would be Harry Ford over there at first base to make it 13-3. Like you said, that France still gets a chance to hit in the bottom of the inning.
1-0 pitch, sky back foul to put it even. This Great Britain team, you know, they were really yesterday, they were kind of the talk of the other rosters here, the 10 affiliated players, the amount of talent they've brought in, Harry Ford in this group. And, you know, through the 5th inning, this is a 5-3 game. You kind of wonder what the mood was at that point, especially because as this ball's grounded over to first. Patrice will come home. They will get the out there, so that's the first out recorded this inning. As Kent Blackstone is retired, everybody else will move up as the wheel turns. And with 1 gone, bases stay loaded. Obviously, I can't imagine any sort of panic, but you get all these guys together. They're playing together for the first time. There's going to be a sort of breaking in period for a roster, and now they are really humming along here in the 7th.
Yeah, there always is. It's always a couple of those innings just to get a feel for where you're at, game speed. You mentioned some of these affiliated guys haven't played for 10 days. All these little factors. Then you can just breathe a little bit once you get a big lopsided score and feel good about what you're doing.
Well, lopsided games make for good conversations, and now I get to pose a question to you. As Nick Ward stands in. Nick Ward is the 9th man to bat in this inning. Does that mean Great Britain has batted around, or when Justin Wiley comes up, who led off this inning, is that batting around?
I'm going to say when your next guy comes up, your 10th guy, means you batter around. It means he's back up. Now, I've had this argument, this conversation a lot, and Great Britain have not batted around. Everyone's hit,
right,
but not until that 10th guy comes up.
I'm with you. Smart man. Smart man. You know, when a clock goes all the way around, you haven't made it to 1 hour at 11:59.
Careful here. You just, no, you make a good point because
minutes.
Essentially it starts at 12.
At the hour.
That's right. So that 12, exactly.
There we go. When you're running a race, you don't stop at the finish line. Got to cross over.
A little different, but
the way that I always explain to people that 10 batters is batting around is correct. Is that's what Vin Scully said. And what Vin Scully says is canon.
That's right.
I mean, that is law from that point forward. So, you know, you can think that it's 9, just know that you're wrong. It's easy. It's easy that way. 1 gone. We lost the video board for a moment out there in left center field, but that's back on now. 2 balls and a strike on Nick Ward. Ward's got a single and a run scored in 4 trips today, and he laces this one out on a diving grab. Angarita will get an easy double play at second to end the inning. Holy cow. Alfredo Angarita with lightning quick reflexes at second to snare that one and keep this deficit at just 7. We will head to the bottom of the 7th inning on this spectacular play by Team France's second baseman, but a big inning for Great Britain, which holds a 7-run lead. The most recent British-born Major League Baseball player will take the mound for Great Britain as we head into the bottom half of the 7th inning as left-hander Chris Reed takes over on the hill with his team firmly in front in this one. Headed to the bottom of the 7th, it'll be the top third in the order for France, but a 7-run deficit, 10-3. Great Britain really looked like they were going to add a whole lot more in the top of the 7th inning. They had the bases loaded and nobody out for what felt like the entirety of that inning. They do get 4 runs, but the line out off the bat of Nick Ward turns into an inning-ending double play. And the first pitch of the bottom of the 7th is ball 1 inside on Alex Perdomo.
Yeah, Chris Reed, what a journey he has had. 6'3", 235 pounds. He's 32 years old. Was a first round, the 16th pick overall in 2011 with the Dodgers. Coming out of Stanford University. Made his major league debut August 1st, 2015. And a chance right now to play some World Baseball Classic Qualifier baseball. Second time.
2-1, tagged well down the left field line, and this will be extra bases as it drops fair. Alex Perdomo has his second hit of the day, and he pulls into second with a leadoff double.
Now, Tyler, we were talking about the mercy rule going up by 10. You saw that play by Angarita in that last inning, just inches away from a bases clearing double, essentially. Second baseman makes that play. Now all of a sudden, France showing some life. Look at this fastball, middle. Good tilt, good on that fastball. Get out in front of that and the double down the line.
So it brings up Alfredo Angarita, whose fantastic catch at second started that inning-ending double play to keep this thing at a 7-run game, and it'll take ball 1. Angarita, a former member of the Houston Astros minor league system, made it as high as AAA. He's 25 years old. And he'll pound this one back toward the mound where Reed's throw is low and it gets away from Alex Crosby, and that may allow a run to score. It won't. Perdomo will hold at third. He was headed back to the bag when that throw first got away, but Angarita now streaks his way into second, so 2 in scoring position for France on the bottom of the 7th.
Man, look at this. Just too much time on your hands to make that throw. And just not setting those feet at all. Spiking that thing over to Alex Crosby at first base. Couldn't handle it.
That brings up Ariel Soriano. Soriano today 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 5th. And the first pitch is therefore a strike to him over the inside corner. This game just a little past 3 hours old. We got started after the opening ceremony this evening, about 7:35 first pitch time. Just past 10:40 in the evening here in Regensburg. And tight Soriano thought about firing the hands at that one and instead is able to hold up. One. 2 balls and a strike. 10 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for Great Britain. 3 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors for France. Three balls and a strike. 3-1 in the air to left. Well hit. Knowles going back. Warning track will come in a couple of steps. Tagging at third as Knowles makes the catch. Perdomo will score, and a sacrifice fly for Soriano. Gets a run back for France. It's 10-4.
Well, Soriano put a good swing on that ball. Healthy cut. But it's not enough. I mean, obviously sac fly, get back on the board, but now cutting into that lead just a little bit. He kind of thought about it for a second. Is that going? The balls have been flying out here. We get later into the night, starting to hold up.
Just got under that a little bit, but here is Ivan Acuna, who mashed a leadoff homer to give France its only lead of the game back in the second. One thing that I've noticed over this first day here in Regensburg is the crowd here, the local crowd here, they got a good amount of like prompts of things that they'll play from the sound booth next door to us, and the fans react to it just pretty great. But I feel left out of the loop. I feel like now next time when they play the Ramalama Ding Dong thing, we got to know what it is. Got to be able to join in.
Yeah, they're getting too trigger happy over there on those buttons, I'm telling you right now. Getting way too comfortable.
A little slappy here late in the day.
Yeah.
3 balls and no strikes on Acuna.
Yeah, you're right. We've got a window straight into their booth next to us.
It's great. It is great.
Having a great old time.
They're dancing. They're cracking jokes. 3-0 there for a called strike 1.
They were rehearsing a light show last night, by the way. Did we see that in the opening ceremony? The lights going on and off, remember
They
last
did
night?
it briefly.
Yeah.
You and I were sprinting down to use the restrooms one more time, I think, so we missed it. But they did, when they started some of the pregame music, they did start with the lights as Acuna takes the walk. Yeah, they got a brand new lighting set up here. And it's the new type of LED lighting.
I mean, Will dialed in last night talking to some of the managers, but I was like, hey, look at this light show. This is good stuff. Yeah, that's some strobe lights. The stadium lights are flickering on and off. I missed the show. I was too busy prepping for the game.
Wait, where was I? Oh, playing songs on my guitar. Fell back into the screen. If you know that movie, your 90s obsession, I'll be very impressed.
I don't.
Although you were a 90s music obsession was what we were
Well, yeah, 90s movies too.
That Thing You Do. Phenomenal movie. Have you never seen it?
Never seen it, no.
Man.
Maybe it's just coming out in Australia, I don't know.
You know, it's an island. We get things on delay. Fantastic movie. Tom Hanks is a 1960s record producer, The Wonders. Their one big hit.
I seriously have not seen it.
We'll watch it. On the off day, we'll have a viewing party.
Listen, I'm doing 3 straight doubleheaders in the booth with you. I'm not spending my off day watching movies.
That's a very good point. That is a very valid point. 1-1 moves to 2-1.
And Chris Reed just trying to get some rhythm right now. 32-year-old lefty, ex-big leaguer, trying to get some feel.
In the air, out to right. Jaden Rudd to the line. Curls his way back a little bit. 2 gone. And that'll bring up Jason Ruiz.
See Jared Rudd just letting each on that arm off a little bit. Is any international scouts here from Japan, maybe?
You know, I don't know what
you
you got.
to show it off, that's right.
I don't know what you got. Jason Ruiz a single in the second inning. He's been retired 2 times since. 4-3 ground out in the 4th and a strikeout in the 5th, and he'll be retired here. Fielder's choice put out will end things in the 7th. We are headed to the 8th. Great Britain in control of this one, a 6-run lead over France in Regensburg. Back in Regensburg at the first World Baseball Classic Qualifier in 2022. And here is the big picture of what all 6 of these teams are playing for. The World Baseball Classic is back. 2023, 4 first-round pools. 1 in Taichung in Taiwan, Tokyo, Phoenix, and Miami. 4 teams will move on from these 2 qualifiers, the top 2 finishers in each, and they will join one of these pools. It'll be remaining to be seen which team will go where from here. The Regensburg qualifier, Panama City, coming up late this month and into October, but that is what is on the line, a berth in the 2023 World Baseball Classic. These 2 teams each trying to make their first Classic, and Ryan, we talked about this throughout the day today. You took part not only in the World Baseball Classic for Team Australia, but also in the qualifiers as well. So you very much have a good handle on what is at stake and what these games mean.
Yeah, first of all, I'm so excited for March. I mean, who isn't, right? You got all of a sudden, everyone, you're starting to see the Team USA roster trickle in. You see it over social media. Who's going to be a part of it? You're seeing the best players in the world start committing to their country. But beyond that, getting a chance to watch some of these guys in these different regions and the way they go about things. But, you know, beyond that, we're going to see, we've talked about this plenty today. But you've got a team like South Africa, for example. Some guys that got some Pro Bowl experience, or some of these young players here who are just getting started in their pro career. And next thing you know, you get that berth, like you said, to the World Baseball Classic in one of those pools. And then all of a sudden, there you are on the same field as some of these guys you watch on TV, some of these major league superstars. Even we've had plenty of this for Team Australia too. Guys who went off to play professional baseball when they're 18, you know, didn't work out. They went, you know, 2 or 3 years of professional baseball, didn't work out. They go back to Australia. Well, you know, 5 years later, here they are. You know, in the other dugout, they've got David Ortiz. They've got, you know, some of the best players in the world they're about to face, and it's moments like that you'll never ever forget.
Leadoff walk for the top hitter in the 8th inning, the cleanup hitter in the lineup, Justin Wiley, to get things started for Great Britain. He is facing a new arm into the game, Gideon Coast, who takes over on the hill. He is the 7th reliever today. To come out of that France bullpen.
In the big leagues, they put together the 3-batter minimum rule, and obviously Bruce Bochy not using that because it's not a rule for this World Baseball Classic. But you can see the length of the game too. You know, one of the situations as to why they put the 3-batter minimum in was to speed up the game.
Right.
And you can see the effect when you have 7 pitches, coming into the game. Man, it adds on.
Yeah, it has been a meticulously managed pitching staff today for Bruce Bochy, because again, with the pitch limits and the thresholds that you can cross that come with their own designated rest period, you have to be right on top of how much each guy has thrown. And also, we've seen some guys who have struggled tonight, and that's happened as we see a shockingly beautiful moon that has come up beyond the hill in center field. This ballpark is amazing. The backdrop is beautiful too. And I just saw that pop up a moment ago and thought, is that the moon right now? It is, I mean, as beautiful as it gets out there here under this gorgeous German sky in the region of Bavaria at the home of the Legionnaires, the Regensburg home team. They did take me out of the ball game between the top and bottom of the 7th, and they played the Legionnaire version on the video board, which was pretty cool. Alex Crosby, the batter. Swing and a foul tip on 3-2, and he's gone on strikes for out number 1. First strikeout there for Gideon Coast.
You got that big breaking ball in the middle of this at bat, and he comes back with this fastball down and away. See him well laid on that pitch. When you can show that you can locate inside the strike zone that secondary pitch, doesn't matter how hard you throw him, man. That looks like it's 100.
Pitch down to Deshaun Knowles. Knowles so far today has been to the plate 4 times, and he's been on board 3 of those times. A couple of walks, 2 runs scored, an RBI double as well. Great Britain starting this qualifier with a bang. Like we said yesterday, they were the topic of conversation for a lot of the other coaching staffs and rosters when we were talking with players and managers and coaches from the other 5 teams here at the World Baseball Classic Qualifier. Great Britain has not qualified for a Classic. They have taken part in the last 2 qualifying events, and now 3 in a row. They have yet to make it through to the main tournament. Trying to qualify for one of those 4 pools for the first round in March. Ground ball foul. Count 2-2. Here's the 2-2 on the way from Costa, and that is swung on and missed. A couple of disappearing breaking balls on 2 strikes, and he's fanned Crosby and Knowles. And with 2 out, that'll bring up Jaden Rudd.
And that's a good-looking breaking ball, too. He's got that speed differential as well as a big break.
He's been able to command it really well.
Yeah.
So now here's Jaden Rudd. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd, walked in the 4th, grounded out in the 5th, and then singled and scored as well as driving in a run in that 4-run 7th inning for Great Britain. And runners off from first. Throw down to second by the backstop. Acuna is not in time to get Justin Wiley. So a stolen base for Wiley. 2nd of the day for Great Britain. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Gideon Costa trying to get his team back in the dugout to try to chip away at this 6-run Great Britain lead. There's that big breaking ball again, and that one not spotted. Two-one, flared foul ground, and good effort from Ariel Soriano, but no play. Been a little less chatty this inning because I'm trying to get all of the final pitching lines from the first 6 relievers in this game written down on my scorebook.
Emptying
a lot of bullpen work.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy emptying the barn, taking advantage of that non-3 batter minimum.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that will plunk Jaden Rudd. So he gets hit by a pitch for the 2nd time today, both times on breaking balls. And he's on for the 4th time this evening.
You can see Bruce Bochy still contemplating making another change on the top step of that dugout.
So here's Kent Blackstone. Got a single and drove in a run in the 7th. Takes a fastball away. Now I got to give one shout out tonight. We saw those fantastic full screen graphics, the country profiles for the 2022 WBC qualifier. Jason Seekamp put those together and did amazing work. The flag fluttering in the background, all those little bullet points about each of these countries. It perfectly showcases the fact that all of these countries have such proud baseball histories that you may not know about.
For sure.
And I just love that about this event. Line to right, that's in for a base hit in front of, and now scooting past Mael Zahn. It'll score at least one. Flying around third is Jaden Rudd. Throw to the plate is going to be not in time as he snuck the left foot in. 2-run score, and Great Britain's lead swells to 8. It's now 12-4 in the 8th.
Man, Great Britain just up and down the lineup. Offense, 1 through 9, just piling on right now. Mentioned 8-run lead. It's a great way to start. You got these qualifiers, but man, when you roll out on with this huge lead, confidence just goes through the roof.
Bruce Bochy does want a review on that tag at the plate, so we'll hold on there to see if Jaden Rudd scored or if he was thrown out for the final out of the inning. But as it's ruled right now, Rudd was in on what will go, I believe, as an RBI single by Kent Blackstone with an error charge to Mael Zahn in right. Rudd got a good jump. We'll get another look at it.
He did.
Coming all the way around from first. I thought he got in at game speed. You can see that frantic signaling from, that's, I believe, Justin Wiley, who was the one behind the plate telling him to get to the outside part of the dish.
Yeah, it looks like he avoided the tag. I'll tell you what, if they do overturn this, our boy Patrice at first base coming up big defensively again. Yeah.
If it does stand, it's a 2-run single for Kent Blackstone. That's another thing I got to figure out how to get is one of those WBC fitted 5950 umpire hats.
That's right.
Basically, I need to buy like 5 more suitcases to check things going home from either here or Panama. We talked about this in the first game, the World Baseball Classic logo, the original emblem designed by Todd Radom, another former big leaguer in the house.
Yeah.
How about Miguel Batista?
Miguel Batista, ex-teammate of mine, played with him with the Seattle Mariners for a couple of years, and he had a really good career as a starting pitcher and in the bullpen as well. Had some time with the Mets, a bunch of different teams actually. Here we go. Here's a, oh, no overturn.
That call confirmed at the plate, or at least it will stand at the plate. As you can tell, umpires not mic'd up here for the World Baseball Classic as they are now at the big league level. I did love early on the season, the first time that we started to see that, there was a tweet that kind of rocketed around baseball Twitter that said, umpires being mic'd up has no business being this electric. Because it was like, you know, opening day, the call is confirmed, and everybody goes nuts. We got another visit to the pitcher's mound and another pitching change coming here for France. So the parade out of the bullpen continues for tonight's home team, and we'll tell you about the new arm when we return. Great Britain with an 8-run lead in the 8th. British baseball has sort of an unlikely spiritual father, and he shares his personal history with American baseball as well. Henry Chadwick was born in Britain, but became a legend in American sports writing, and is one of the fellows who laid the groundwork for baseball as we know it today. He's often called, as you see, the father of baseball for early contributions to the sport, and he created what we now recognize as the modern box score, including using K as an abbreviation signalizing strikeout. Do you know why?
Why? You tell me.
So back in the day, they used to say that a batter was struck. And they already used S in early box scores to signify singles. So struck being the last letter, K being the last letter in struck, they used K for strikeout.
Now what about the backwards K?
I don't know.
Okay.
That one, I don't know where that came from.
Now if you told me
I like
that,
as well, though.
Oh.
As a first pitch by the new arm into the game, Kenjiro Sujira escapes and gets back to the backstop. So, with Anthony Seymour at the plate, wild pitch puts Kent Blackstone over at third. But again, those little baseball things, the little history notes that contribute to a country's heritage, as a flare out into center field will dive down in front of Leo Jimenez. It's an RBI single for Seymour. It plates Kent Blackstone, and now Great Britain is 1 run away from potentially taking that 10-run lead. Now again, if they do, France would still bat in the bottom of this inning, but if they are unable to dent that 10-run advantage, this thing would wrap up an inning early. And Harrison Ford, known to you and I as Harry, steps into the box.
You know, I've asked that 1,000 times. Where does the K come from? And everyone's just like, it's just comes
just
from
a thing.
Just a thing.
A weird baseball
just
thing.
a way to say strikeout. No, I get that. I understand that. But what about the letter K? And I should have, you know what? I should have called Tyler Munn right away. I knew
that guy will know this weird thing.
Exactly.
You know, and it's funny because I've heard that explained, like, oh, well, it's because it was another letter in strikeout. And they were already using, like, E, for example, is already out there for error. And Yeah, but that doesn't really make sense because strikeout, you could use T, that's at the end of strikeout, but it's because back in the day they used to say that a batter was struck when you were out. You know, I think at that point it was like you required 76 pitches for a strikeout, or, you know, and you had to dress in like Flintstones clothing, and, you know, the old rules were weird.
If someone out there understands or knows where the backwards K comes from, now I get it. Yeah, it's an simple way to turn it around to say, you know, he's looking like a, called third strike. But if you know exactly, hit us up.
Enlighten us. And again, all your Rounders tweets at -18 on Twitter. A walk for Harry Ford. That's his third of the day. So Harry Ford has been on base 5 times today. The homer in the third, a walk in the fourth, a double in the sixth, a walk in the seventh, and a walk here in the eighth.
We talked about this early, Tyler. Some of the lopsided scores you will see in these games. Just different levels of talent, different levels of depth. The pitching for the French team has struggled. Not only the command, but very hittable for this young roster from Great Britain, all playing professional baseball all year long.
Matthew Koperniak batting now with the potential 10th run in scoring position in the person of Anthony Seymour out there at second. This was a 2-run game going into the top of the 6th. And Great Britain has just busted this thing open. 4 runs home in the 7th, another 3 here in the 8th after they added 1 in the 6th. France did get 1 back last inning.
13 hits given up by this Team France pitching staff. 9 walks.
9 walks, 3 of them for Harry Ford alone. 2 for Wiley, 2 for Knowles. Great Britain has gone 9 for 17 with runners in scoring position. That one's off the inside part of the plate, and they are loaded up now.
And by the way, this is the number that sticks out. 20 men left on base for Great Britain.
So Koperniak is on, and we'll get another visit to the pitcher's mound. Not sure if this is going to be a change or if this is just a visit from Cano Perez. And that is going to be a pitching change. As you can hear, some of the fans behind the plate a little exhausted with that. But we'll tell you about the new arm when we return. Bases loaded for Great Britain here in the 8th. It's a 9-run lead for Great Britain with the bases loaded here in the top of the 8th inning, which gives us a chance to tell you about the run rules as they pertain to this World Baseball Classic. 15-plus run lead. When the losing team has batted at least 5 times, will end the game, as well as a 10-plus run lead when that team has batted 7 times. We are now into the 8th. If Great Britain is to take a 10-run lead here, France would still get to bat in the bottom half of the inning. Once you start the inning, got to play it through. But bases loaded, Nick Ward at the plate, and a new arm into the game for France in the person of the Venezuela-born Yoimer Camacho. Played 5 minor league seasons with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Made it to high A ball. And most recently pitched for the Pericos de Puebla in the Mexican League. They were just eliminated in the Mexican League playoffs. Man, that pitch came up and in, and that brings home the 10th run. That just got Nick Ward in the helmet or in the shoulder, and thankfully Nick Ward spun out of the way of that thing, because that was a lot of velocity way up and in on him.
Yeah, just like that too. You're coming in, you know the situation. You're all of a sudden you got a 9-run lead. Look at this first pitch. Ooh, got him on the shoulder. So good. Yeah, 11:15 at night. It's been a long day. Long day at the park. They had a workout this afternoon. We saw them on that backfield. Next thing you know, you're getting a ball thrown at your head.
So now here's Justin Wiley. Justin Wiley started last inning, in which Great Britain brought all 9 men to the plate, but as my very intelligent color commentator Ryan Roland Smith pointed out last inning, Great Britain has now batted around because the 10th batter is at the plate correctly.
I taught you that last inning.
I never heard that term before for last inning. 1-1 on Wiley. Wiley was 0 for 3 in his first 3 trips to the plate. He got robbed in the 3rd inning on a spectacular diving catch by Jason Ruiz out in left. That ended that inning. 1-1 down and away, 2 balls and a strike. But he's reached in each of his last 2 trips to the plate. Started this inning with a walk, scored a run. Started last inning with a walk and scored a run.
Come on, Jay.
2-1 is away on the corner. 2-2.
Tell you what, France were in this game. You go back to around the 5th inning. They were right in this game, and all of a sudden, man, the 7th and 8th, 2 4 spots. That'll do it to you. All of a sudden, staring down the barrel of a mercy rule.
Yeah, this was a 5-3 game through 5 innings. And then Great Britain's offense arrived. 2-2, a called strike 3. And that will do it for Great Britain in another 4-run inning. We will head to the bottom of the 8th as Great Britain tries to finish off a run rule victory over France. We got a new battery into the game for Great Britain as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning with the British out in front of France by 10 runs. Chamoy Christopher takes over behind the mound for top Mariners prospect Harrison Ford, and he will be out there to receive the tosses of right-handed reliever Michael Peterson, who is hoping to close out a run rule victory for his team. Great Britain was leading France 5-3 at the end of the 5th inning, and then busted this game wide open. And as we head into the bottom half of the 8th, it is a 14-4 lead. All right, I got a news item for you.
What do you got?
From the Exeter Spitfires, who play in the West Country Baseball League in Exeter, England.
Yep.
The reverse K for a strikeout was first used by an Englishman named Henry Chadwick, who we just had the full screen graphic of.
Gotcha.
He moved to the U.S., brought a cricket brain to the reporting of baseball, and must have taken that from the old cricket grounds.
Well, I should have known that, right? Being from Australia.
Exactly. How do you not have this knowledge? He was born near Exeter, where the Spitfires will soon be playing on a purpose-built diamond. That's another thing, we were talking about in France, the amount of ballparks or baseball fields in general is pretty low. And in the UK, it's somewhat the same, but it's really started to grow in recent years. Every once in a while, and a guy who we will talk about as this tournament goes along is Andy Brown, who is a phenomenal artist who's actually traveling with this Great Britain team. Andy last year traveled around and watched British baseball and put together a British baseball calendar. So games that he would paint in various fields and in little ballparks all over England and Scotland and Wales, put together in a calendar. And they are starting to get a lot more purpose-built fields in the UK as well. Henry Chadwick, the spiritual father of all these things. And he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame, elected in 1938.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the the cricket grounds and stuff. I got a chance to play on the Sydney cricket ground.
Right.
When the Arizona Diamondbacks, I was part of the D-backs, and we played the Dodgers. And it was interesting. Yeah, some of the things some of the crossovers, like for example, they had the pitch in the middle of the field, right? And they couldn't remove it, so it's super bouncy. It's rock hard. So in the middle of the outfield, not many people knew this, but right past second base, there's just this rock hard surface. So any bounce would kind of just spring up. And there's a couple times where it's sprung up over the center fielder's head. And it's because, the cricket pitch is sacred. You cannot remove it. It was fun.
Wow, I did not know that.
But the Sydney Cricket Ground was one of the only venues you could really, host baseball and convert it into a diamond, into a baseball. It was amazing what they did.
Back in the real early part of the 1900s, we've been showing you, in London and in Paris, the Chicago White Sox and the New York Giants played exhibition games. The White Sox also did a tour of Australia, where I believe they were joined by, it may have been the Giants as well for that trip, but back in the early part of the 1900s, and that was where they played, was at the SCG, or at the forerunner to the SCG, I believe, at the time. And it's certainly a very sacred sports house and a place that, got to host a big league game. And obviously we've had the London series in recent years, and there are discussions of where Major League Baseball will go next for those international games. The 1-1 is fouled away. And Bruce Bochy said, 2024 Olympics going to Paris, and there will be a stadium large enough to host baseball games, potentially, which is something that right now doesn't really exist there, at least for a big-time event. So that's something to keep in mind as
it's
Daniel
just,
Patrice is in.
Yeah, I heard him say that. It's just a matter of them keeping that stadium, and not converting that into a soccer stadium or something. Because in Australia, in Sydney, they did that at Sydney 2000 Olympics. Right. They had a beautiful baseball stadium, and they converted that. The number one, they have Blacktown as well. But you can see Michael Peterson. Look at that, big 6'7" righty, bearing down that fastball.
And we'll get a pinch hitter here into the 9 spot in the order in the person of Paulo Brassier, who is a member of the Middle Georgia State University baseball team, as well as the Montpellier Barracudas back home in France. And he right now is the last bat standing between France and a run rule loss here on day number 1 of the WBC qualifier. This is not a storyline that will come out of this game unless you watched it. But, man, this France team was right there This was a 5-3 game headed into the 6th. And the fact that now they are down big does not really show you how well this France team played.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I mean, you know, like we were talking about earlier, you look at the box score and you can look along and you see where they were in the 5th inning, right there. But again, that's where that depth gets exposed. How much pitching do you have? We're going to see that. We've got so many exciting moments going to happen in these next couple of days, and teams, and figure out what they're made of. And that depth piece is a big part of that.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Peterson trying to finish off Brassier and this victory. And the 1-2 is skied out to left. Deshaun Knowles is there, and that will do it here on this Friday evening in Regensburg. A game that took us nearly 4 hours to complete, 3 hours and 49 minutes. But it turns into a victory for Great Britain, and an impressive one at that. A couple of 4-run innings for that Great Britain team, which has such an impressive offense, and finally was able to get it all put together. Back upstairs here in Regensburg, Tyler Mon, Ryan Rowland-Smith. This is a 5-3 game after 5 innings, and then Ryan, Great Britain's offense gets things on track, and it shows you just how scary that team can be. And we talked a lot about how they've been the conversation point so far in this qualifier, and they showed it tonight.
It just takes 2 or 3 innings to get in a rhythm around your teammates, around your manager, get you to game speed. Remember, this team, the Great Britain, France, we saw South Africa, Spain today, they haven't spent a whole lot of time together. So once you get a couple of those innings under your belt, man, all of a sudden good things happen, and it was a whitewash tonight in this game.
So we've got 2 winners moving on to tomorrow. Spain, which won the early game over South Africa, and Great Britain, which wins this night game tonight. 2 teams waiting for them tomorrow, the Czech Republic and Germany. Really excited to see those 2 teams as the World Baseball Classic Qualifier rolls on from here in Regensburg. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of World Baseball Classic Incorporated and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Coming up tomorrow, we've got Spain and the Czech Republic at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Great Britain and the host nation, Germany. And we will talk to you then. For Ryan Rowland-Smith, Tim Fryer, our producer, and everybody here in Regensburg, my name is Tyler Mon. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Germany.